Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 3 of the League of Legends College Championship. We're coming to you live from our studios in Los Angeles, where we will play host to the second semifinal match of this tournament. Here you can see our competitors setting up for their match on stage, with Maryville looking to defeat Robert Morris University once again. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and helping me break down action is coach of LCS squad FlyQuest, Thomas Thinkcard Slotkin, and Aiden Zyrene Moon. How are you boys doing today?
I'm doing great. That was actually a rather big crowd for RMU as well. Look, that was huge. Maryville as well also has the support rallying behind him, so it's really cool to see him here today.
It really is cool to see the support that a lot of these university teams get. And as we settle in, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the entire tournament bracket. The top 8 college teams from around North America met on Thursday, where the winners advanced to the semifinals. Yesterday, Toronto University bested Carnegie Mellon to move on to the finals match tomorrow afternoon. Their opponents will be determined with the conclusion of today's matchup between Maryville and Robert Morris University. Now, we'll hear about that matchup in just a moment, but first, I want to recap yesterday's battle between the University of Toronto and Carnegie Mellon University.
Yeah, it was actually pretty hard fought, but every early game went over to the University of Toronto. All 4 games, Sussex was pretty much just bodying the bottom lane. It was a rematch of the Eastern League Finals, which also went 3-1 in favor of the University of Toronto, so a repeat there for themselves. But really, that bottom lane, Airy and JJ, with the help of Sussex, who was the sub-jungler, was able to come out on top. And that was something that wasn't completely unexpected, but I've been hearing more and more. I even talked to Texas A&M, who got knocked out early, saying that University of Toronto has kind of come out of nowhere, where people had written them off. But now they're in the finals, and they're showing they do need that respect.
And that's something that we kind of came into this tournament looking at, is the parity between the teams and how it looks like anybody could have the potential to take it. But one thing that's going to play into whether or not you can compete, whether or not you can take that win, is, of course, playing on the big stage. For a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, this is one of the first times that they're playing on that big stage in this new environment. Now, Thinkcard, as a coach for an LCS team, as somebody who's familiar with these environments, what sort of advice would you give to these players and teams about those situations and how to get through that?
Yeah, so the important thing is just confidence. I'm sure that they put in a lot of preparation into this, so they just need to make sure that they have confidence in the comp they're gonna run, and it's okay to be nervous. If you're nervous, it means you're gonna do something important. So they have to realize that it's okay to be nervous, and once you're in game, it should go away. But leading up to it, they just have to make sure they're confident in their comp, confident going in, and I just say, just play it out. Play like any other practice, play like any other game, and it'll be okay.
You're still playing League of Legends, you're still on the same Summoner's Rift, you're still playing the same game that you have trained and fought so hard for to get to this point, so all they got to do is dial it in from there. But we're going to go ahead and send things over to the casters to get us into game.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hello, everyone. I am Optimist Tom Sirfos, joined once more by Mark Zimmerman to bring you all of today's action.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. This is one of the closest matchups that we had when we had the regional finals. This was the only one that went to 5 games, so we can probably expect another close matchup.
Yep, this, of course, as you mentioned, a rematch of those Northern Finals. Robert Morris University taking on Maryville. Now, previously, Maryville took victory in their first meeting to earn this spot at the tournament, but RMU was looking strong in the quarterfinal stage.
Right, RMU, the team has the most robust infrastructure of any team at this tournament, and that practice and preparation was showcased in their early game domination earlier in the tournament. But for being, kind of being considered a farm school for the LCS a little bit, there was some discipline lacking in the mid game, and RMU came close to losing a couple despite those big early game leads that they were getting.
Yeah, that's true. RMU definitely ran into problems into the mid and late game stages, but ultimately they were able to close out against Maryland, although they did wind up dropping 1 game. But to beat a team like Maryville, they're going to need to fire on all cylinders.
Right, and I'm going to be excited to see how the series plays out, because Maryville did a great job of moving around the map and making decisive plays, so they could actually capitalize on RMU if they're showing some of those same weaknesses today. That said, Maryville isn't without their own problems, which seem mostly centered around their draft. They can be a little careless in how they draft their matchups, often looking for comfort, and if they allow RMU to get big advantages in Champ Select and in that early game, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, and actually we got a chance to hear a little bit from Robert Morris University based on what we saw on Thursday. Both of these teams can have some things that they need to shore up for today's match, but according to the jungler of RMU, Mordio, they have already got it covered.
I feel really disappointed about our games yesterday because I'm not going to go into the specifics, but for game 1, 2, and 3, it's definitely sloppier than our team usually plays. I'm not going to call Maryland a bad team, but I definitely think that RMU should be at a skill level way above them, and we didn't perform well enough to play cleanly and end the game 20 minutes each time. We actually even dropped the game, which really disappoints me, so we have a lot to work on. The only thing that would hold us back against winning from Maryville is if we play without discipline. But I think with VOD review and a lot of focus and a lot of self-discipline, we're going to beat Maryville with no problem.
So there's two things kind of at play for me here. One, playing down to the level of your opponent, it's not something you're happy about, but it does tend to happen, and I don't think you want to look too far into it. You should say that shouldn't happen, but it tends to, even to top teams in different regions. But the other thing is, it's not like this was a one-time thing on the side of Robert Morris University. We saw this throughout the playoffs, leading up throughout the campus series, that they were dropping games to teams that they really shouldn't, and even struggling to win series.
Yeah, they actually had to come back in one of the playoff rounds against, I think it was GVSU, in order to wind up coming back and reverse sweeping that entirely. So definitely had some struggles. But as these teams ready up for Champ Select, let's check out the starting lineups. We'll start on the blue side for game number 1, and it is Robert Morris University. In the top lane, it's West. Jungle is Mordio. Mid lane, Gillette. Bot lane, Buck Zach with his support, Evan RL, and their coach, Drake. And while they are a very strong early game team, they definitely got a little bit of work to do in order to close it out against a tough opponent.
Yeah, that tough opponent is Maryville overall on the red side. In the top lane, it's Saskio, the jungle, Walrus, mid laner, CKG, and in the bot lane, it's Prototype, supported by Papa Chow and the coach, Exogen.
There's definitely a lot of people out here that are excited for this Northern Conference rematch.
It's pretty hyped up. This crowd kind of put in the one yesterday to shame a little bit.
Yeah, yesterday's crowd, while it was still exciting, we did actually have a very exciting 4-game series. It definitely was a little bit less energetic, but this time around, this is one of the only conference finals that went to a full 5 games. It was Maryville taking it in a 3-2 victory overall, so there's definitely going to be a bit of back and forth and a lot of history between these teams as well.
Yeah, and the other thing was that after that finals that did go in favor of Maryville, they had a smaller tournament, not quite as prestigious, that they actually dropped to RMU. So it has gone back and forth, and that's why we're kind of saying you can expect a really close matchup today. And even at this tournament, you saw that the two play styles were pretty different, where RMU very dominant in the early game, starts getting a little sloppy. Maryville drafting more for their comfort champs, and then once they get out of those laning phases, which are sometimes difficult, you see them start executing on their team comps.
It's actually very similar to the other side of the bracket in the Eastern Conference final rematch we had yesterday between Toronto and Carnegie Mellon. One team was definitely known for their lane dominant play. The other team was known to move around the map a lot more, but Toronto was able to kind of pull both of those together against Carnegie Mellon. Now we'll see if Robert Morris University, if they're going to play that win lane, win game style, or if Maryville is going to come in with the complete package as we're into Champ Select for game 1.
And you already see a lot of these shielding champions being targeted. A lot of focus on them recently. The Ivern gone, the Oriana gone for Robert Morris University. Maryville already taking out the Lulu. You can probably expect a Karma ban coming in as well, unless they're trying to bait that, but not yet. We'll see what they try and do with it.
No, but the kind of protect the AD carry or the protect the marksman composition has definitely been something extremely popularized at MSI, has carried on over here into the college championship bracket, where we've seen already both Carnegie Mellon and Toronto yesterday were very content going for those early aggressively taking those shielding champions and then going for a later game hyper carry. The Twitch has been super high priority. We even saw a lot of Kog'Maw yesterday.
Yeah, a big thing about these shielding champs as well is they give you a little bit of buffer in your playmaking, where you can overextend a little bit, and then you know that you have this extra health coming your way if you're caught a little bit out of position. A lot of the shields also have a little bit of utility on them, might be getting sped up as well to get out of those situations that you shouldn't have gotten in the first place. And with most of those banned out, though, we did see that Karma ban come in. So Lulu, Ori, Ivern, and Karma all taken off the table. Yeah,
and even the Galio kind of works into those protection compositions. It's kind of gone to the quintessential, like, top lane pick. He's like the top lane tank you kind of want, but the AD carry that you usually want on this patch 7.9 is going to be the Caitlyn, which is first picked away here by Robert Morris.
Right, with a lot of those shielding supports taken out early, those are often the highest priority champions on the current patch. So with those gone, what bumps up? Caitlyn, strong early game, a little bit of a weak mid game, but not nearly as bad as it used to be, and then a fantastic late game. Maryville, on the other hand, we talk about comfort, already taking that Janna away, still looking for those shields.
Yeah, so kind of like the last remaining shielding champion. Sometimes you figure the Nami because she has the heals available as well, but the Janna pick is something that we saw Maryville utilize in their quarterfinal matchup. Papa Chow took that with Prototype when he was playing Jinx in the bottom lane, which is another thing you kind of have to factor in here. We mentioned that Maryville's drafts are a little bit wonky. Part of that is because they do wind up playing to their comfort picks overall. The Gragas pickup is also a flex between the top lane and the jungle, and we've seen them move these different kinds of champions around.
And you can kind of expect that Nami counter pick to be coming in. 1, it's decent into Janna. 2, works well with Caitlyn. And 3, it's one of the only ones left up that is in that kind of supportive champion pool. So they're probably prepared for it. They knew that they were going to get this bot lane matchup with the Jinx, Janna, and they're going to be going up against a pretty lane dominant opponent with the Caitlyn Nami.
And this is going to be kind of a survival style from Maryville University. We did see in their quarterfinal matchup, game number 1, Prototype wound up taking, I think it was Tristana into the bottom lane with Lulu. They played overly aggressive while Saskia was winning on the top side of the map, and it kind of cost Maryville University that entire game as they wound up losing that one at the end.
Well, a big thing that happened that game as well was the fact that Maryville did not take their AD carry until the second round of the draft phase, and the Jinx had actually been banned out in that second ban phase. So what they adapted to in the next 2 games was taking the Jinx in the first round. You see them continuing that strategy here, making sure that it cannot get banned out after those priority picks are all banned away. They start targeting those comfort. You don't get to see Prototype on Jinx. Grabs it this time around. And now we see the top lane being the focus of most of these teams' bans.
Yeah, and that's going to be very interesting. Maryville having that Gragas pickup, it could be in the jungle, but it could also go into the top lane. So targeting down the top lane, Robert Morris kind of thinks that it's going to be a jungle Gragas. We actually see some interesting bans, a Fiora, a Kennen, and a Gnar being banned out here in the second ban phase.
A little different than anything you'd seen, but it is one of those champions that can become a little bit of a lane bully, become a bit of a split push thresh, and then as long as you manage the Gnar bar properly, you actually become a beast team fighter. So Maryville, once again, targeting some comfort in that second round of the ban phase that we're talking about, taking out that Gnar pick.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast carry was known for a little bit of his Gnar. He's also known for being a bit of a Kled player as well, but they are going to wind up banning away the Renekton here from the side of Robert Morris University. So then for Maryville, it's time to start showing in your hand. You can either save that mid lane counter pick, since you are on the red side here, or you could wind up just showing if that Gragas is going to be in top lane or jungle right here, right now.
Right, you think that given the fact that there's been so many top lane bans, they're probably willing to show it at this point. They are going to take the Kled. They show that it is the jungle Gragas, and they take away, like you said, one of West Coast carry's potential champions that we thought he might be playing here. This top champ pool has been pinched pretty hard so far. Gonna have a tough time finding something that he's gonna want to play into Kled right now.
More specifically, the top carry champion pool has been pinched so heavily. I mean, let's sure you have the Gallios on a carry champion, but Kennen, Gnar, Fiora, Renekton, you still have Nautilus, you still have Shen, you still have like the go-to tank top laners. That's just not what West is known for playing.
All right, gonna have a hard time. I mean, that's not to say that there aren't more carry champions out there. We saw, you know, the Riven yesterday coming out of Mega Zero after a couple games of Galio. Right now they're hovering the Shen. Does work well with their comp, has multiple dive buddies he can throw it on in the Olaf and the Vladimir, who are going to be trying to get onto that Jinx, or defensively can blow it onto the Caitlyn to protect her against the Kled, who might be flying into the back line.
Yeah, and we do see that is going to be Maryville University rounding out their composition with Cassiopeia in the mid lane. So that's going to be, we've seen this matchup being played yesterday between Toronto and Carnegie Mellon. Yasui had the Cassiopeia in game number 1 against the Vladimir coming out from Jish on University of Toronto. Yasui was able to bully around the Vladimir extremely early on, but Vladimir, as soon as he hit level 7, got a level of his Hemo Plague and started getting the heal coming in from Transfusion, actually solo killed the Cassiopeia.
Right, I mean, you're going to see both of them taking Ignite, Cassiopeia taking that to cut the Vladimir's healing to make sure that she can actually get that all-in threat. Similarly, Vladimir, if he finds an opening onto Cassiopeia without her ultimate or her out of position, he can actually open up pretty strongly once he gets his proto belt. So both of them start getting that all-in threat a little bit later on. Early game does go, like you said, Cassiopeia's way, able to bully with the Twin Fangs. A lot of champions, not just Vladimir.
That's very true. And a lot of these champions from both sides of the Rift going to take a little while to get online. The Cassiopeia may be going for a tier, stacking that one up. We even saw Yasui going for a Rod of Ages. Vladimir is notoriously known as a later game scaling champion for a weak lane phase. And then you have 2 very, very powerful hyper carries coming into the bot lane on both sides.
Right, and I think it's going to be a little tough for Maryville early on. They do have the Kled for playmaking up on the top side, and the Cassiopeia has pressure in lane mid, but you don't really gank for the Cassio too much. You let her 1v1 the Vladimir. He's an extremely slippery champion, hard to actually gank. So you might see Maryville with not much to do because their bot lane is going to get pushed in hard early on.
Yeah, well, it is a rematch of the Northern Conference Finals, our second semifinal series here at the North American College Championship. Get on Twitter, tweet at ULOL, hashtag MUWin, hashtag RMUWin. Depends who you're showing some school spirit and school pride for as we hop on the Rift for game number 1.
Long history between these two teams. This is the final time that they're going to meet this year. If there's any time to prove which of you is the better school, this is your last chance.
And in Maryville University, while they did wind up winning the Northern Conference Finals to get here to the tournament, like you said, lost to RMU just a couple weeks later at the Midwest Campus Clash. So they're going to be looking for revenge despite RMU coming in here as a wild card seed and Maryville coming in as the number 1 seed.
I love that. In case you're confused, the Northern teams played in the Midwest Campus Clash.
Yeah.
It'd be a little hard to follow the map sometimes.
And Maryville is not exactly in the northern part of the United States either.
Yeah.
Conferences. Love how they work. But my focus is definitely going to be on this top side of the map. There's a lot of priority thrown during the second ban phase, specifically at West Coast carry in the top lane. And Saskia was basically a beacon for Maryville University to just work around in their previous quarterfinals here.
Yeah, and they're going to kind of continue that strategy here. Like we were saying, the only one with really good gank assist setup is Saskia on that Kled pick. Gragas can come up there, try and hold that Shen down, put him behind, make sure that he's not able to use that global in the future without losing something. On the flip side, RMU, like we said, has a lot of pressure down this bot lane, so you're going to see the junglers probably playing around opposite sides of the map. But of course, you can go to your losing lane and try and stop them from falling behind. We saw Prototype on the Jinx actually win a lane versus, I believe it's the exact same matchup, Caitlyn Nami, and he was able to actually just start winning trades. It was very scrappy, a lot of aggressive plays, but he was getting a CS lead, and then at around the 10-minute mark, actually started winning that matchup.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing that Prototype is definitely known for is his aggression. In the previous matchup, game number 1, where he played Tristana, he got too aggressive, wound up jumping into situations where he didn't want to. We could see already some heavy trades going down here at level 1. It, of course, speaks to the playstyle that Prototype likes to play. Most of the time, the heal is on the AD carry, and the exhaust or ignite is on the support. Prototype likes to play that exhaust on him, the AD carry.
Right, and sometimes, in the past, it made more sense. With that Tristana pick, jumping in, you cut the resist with the exhaust. Not quite the case anymore. A little surprising to see it on the Jinx, but if someone dives you can use that. And some good trading by CKG.
CKG flashing in early and aggressive, blows the immediate flashback from Gillette.
Nice flash by Gillette. If he did not do it instantly, he's going to take 1 more tick of damage plus the ignite. Might have been enough to take him down. Cassio was running low on mana, but had enough for 1 more spell, which might have been enough to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, so we see Maryville getting advantages, not just on the bottom side where they were trading early and aggressive, but the mid lane as well. CKG has definitely shown himself to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, although he was playing a little bit more, I'm going to say passive lane phase champions. He was playing a lot of the Orianna in their previous quarterfinal matchup, so I'm kind of excited to see what is he going to do, because he was very, very stable. He played Orianna and Syndra in those matchups in the quarterfinals. He was very stable. He wasn't necessarily getting solo kills. When he did get kills, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Cassiopeia, one of those champions who will keep scaling throughout the game, so if he's able to pick some of those up, will not be slowing down. And we got to look back at the bot lane. A little surprised to see Prototype not going for the Doran shield. It speaks a little bit more to that aggressive playstyle that he's known for. He actually wants to win these trades, and you see mastery over Jinx.
Yeah, just misses out on the zap. One's getting stunned up by the trap, but the flash in immediately from Prototype. The exhaust go down. The Evan flow does not help out. First blood goes over to Buckzak.
A nice trap by Buckzak. Similarly on the top side, is fighting.
Yeah, Saskia is going toe-to-toe with West while Wallace runs into Mordio, but the remount is there from Saskia. Bear trap on a rope, pulls Olaf back in, and these double buffs may be going over to the top lane. A flash body slam, and a double kill picked up for Saskia.
But it's answered with the double kill in the bot lane. Evan RL is able to find Papa Chow. 2 kills in the bot lane, 2 kills in the top lane.
Well, it seems like we know what side of the map people are going to be focusing on more. See a teleport coming back in from West, as Maryville has to back away, but...
Saskia excited, but
yeah.
Emote spamming, wants to get that 8 PM up.
But we've had explosive fights on both sides of the map, both of them pretty much initiated by Maryville University, but the top side of the map being won by them, but the bottom side being turned around on by RMU.
And that's the big thing. Just 4 minutes into the game, Caitlyn coming back in the lane with the BF sword versus the double Doran's blade of Prototype's Jinx. That matchup was hard before. It's not going to get any easier now.
So the aggression all across the map. We'll see if it gets quelled whatsoever in that bottom lane. Papa Chow makes his presence known in the mid lane. Gillette here has no flash available, so the ignite is down, the pool is out, but at least he's going to want it going down here. CKG picks up a kill.
The roaming level 2 Janna, not what you typically would expect, but coming off the reset from the death in the bot lane, you know there's no summoner available mid lane, and he's pushing up, hasn't gone back to base yet, probably wants to reset, and you just find this nice window of opportunity to pick up a kill.
It's only 5 minutes in right here, but we are already singing RMU's praises for the lane phase domination. They're showcasing some of this on the bottom side of the map.
Nice attempt on the all-in by Prototype, but there is the trap there that gives the headshot proc after the Caitlyn gets out of range. Extra damage able to finish him off. And at the same time in the top lane, Walrus is able to get involved in this play just a little bit earlier on. And the fact that he has the inside track, able to pick up the kill, and then once he gets that, Saskia gets the remount, and they're able to chase down onto the no flash Olaf.
On the flash auto attack splash skill seeker from Evan Orel on the bottom side of the map. So RMU bottom side staying strong, but with kills going over to Maryville in the 2 solo lanes, mid and top side of the map. RMU in that very lane dominant twin lane playstyle we were singing the praises for in the quarterfinal series is not coming into fruition so far in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Right, and I think we kind of expected, top lane to win for Maryville, bot lane to win for RMU. The big thing is how that mid matchup was going to go. Like we said, it is favored for the Cassiopeia early on, but being able to get that first blood, come into lane, and really start bowling the Vladimir even harder is going to be critical for Maryville here, because Vladimir, we always talk about, one of those champions who wants to stay even or ahead of the pace of the game. If he starts falling behind and he's not actually able to 100-0 a backline carry of the enemy team, he starts becoming a little useless, doesn't play from his own backline quite as well, and right now he's at risk of falling out of that kind of curve of the game.
Yeah, not to mention that he's laning against the Cassiopeia, who is able to go back and pick up her tier that got us extremely early, between the 5 and 6 minute mark. So she's going to start stacking that one up. Plus, she doesn't need to buy boots, so she doesn't have to invest into that. So already going to be falling behind in the gold and the itemization game overall on the mid side of the map. Bottom side, though, despite picking up double kills for themselves here, RMU's bottom lane not necessarily at a huge CS advantage, although they are continuing to shove these waves down into the tower, trying to at least keep the pressure up on this bottom side of the map from Maryville.
And you see Mordio playing accordingly, moving down into that bot lane river, getting some pink wards down, trying to get some vision control where they are strong. And as long as your bot lane keeps pushing in, at some point, hopefully they get some harass down onto Maryville. Potentially, you can start looking to set that dive up. Now that Shen has hit 6, you are not looking to play around that top lane anymore. But as we speak about that, Walrus making his way up to the top side for some counter jungling, and may try and swing behind.
Yeah, so both junglers opposite sides of the maps, although they are in the blue side jungle from each side. So Walrus on this Gragas pickup, going to be counter jungling away. Mordio in the meantime, looks like he might be pathing for something towards the mid lane. Flash is available for both CKG and for Gillette, but CKG's exhaust is going to be down for just a little bit longer. But this Cassiopeia kind of getting shoved in a little bit, will not be very easy to jump on.
Oh, but Mordio does show himself, make sure that he's able to push that wave in so he can move into this bot side jungle once again, keep getting that vision down. Potentially thinking about a blue buff contest, but Gillette has actually recalled out of the mid lane. Not going to happen right now.
Yeah, so Gillette going to be going on his first back, picking up a Hextech Revolver, whereas Mordio, they've already gotten that Scuttle Crab control. They've gotten vision control around the opposing blue buff area, and they know that nothing is over here. So it looks like he's going to be going for a very early Cloud Drake attempt. At the same time, Walrus on the opposite side of the map. Shen is very far away from his own tower. Maryville might be looking to push down for the first tower up here.
Yeah, a good read by Maryville here. They have a ton of topside vision. They know that Mordio is not on this side of the map, and they are going to try and make a play.
West goes in, but CKG has already roamed up as well. West is going to have to try to flash away, but he just goes down.
That's what we're talking about. Maryville had knowledge that there was nobody up to possibly defend that dive. They make a 3-man play, but that means it can get answered on the other side.
Yeah, Mordio stopped the dragon to go for this dive. Ragnarok is popped, the exhaust is down. Prototype does wind up getting bubbled up. Papa Chow flashes away, and his AD carry does give up his life.
As soon as your jungler shows on one side of the map, the other team knows it is free to make a play on the other. So we say Mordio's going down to the bot lane. Good vision by Maryville. They know that the Vladimir is recalled. Free dive play on the top side. But what do you give up in order to do it? Your entire bot side. So there you see Mordio pulling off the dragon, deciding that they want to get the turret and the kills. Probably a good decision overall. The Cloud Drake, while useful, is not as important as getting an influx of gold to match up with what Maryville was getting on the top side, and the game stays even.
Yep, Maryville did wind up getting the first tower gold overall on the top side of the map, although, as you mentioned, the gold counts all even up. So Robert Morris University definitely being able to get something back for themselves. Decent CS advantage now for the Caitlyn because Jinx has died twice, and you can see she is about 900 gold over her lane opponent, but still a solid 600 or so gold advantage for this Cassiopeia, but over the Vladimir in the mid lane.
And with the turrets dropping relatively early on, only 9.5 minutes into the game right now, you might see some tricky lane assignments coming out on the side of Robert Morris University. We talked about the fact that Vladimir is able to move into a side lane. It is unfortunate that he's behind the Cassiopeia and he can't quite push as hard as he could in some 1-3-1 setups. At the very least, your Caitlyn is very far ahead of the Jinx. So wherever you put the Caitlyn, you will be able to continue forcing action around her.
Yeah, and while Robert Morris may not have had the dominant lane phase they did in the quarterfinals, they still have that dominant early game champion, the AD carry Caitlyn, who's very good at taking those outer towers. But Evan RL was looking to get some protection wards down, but winds up taking some damage himself. The Super Mega Death Rocket came in, but the Shen Stand United saves them all right there. Saskia, though, might still be looking for this one. He's got his own shields and heals behind him, dodged out in the bubble, bear trap on a rope. Ooh, the proc on that's just gonna take him down. A killing spree there.
Barely able to fit that one through, lands it onto Evan RL. gets the kill. Still a weird spot for Maryville here. They're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, they're kind of cut off here, but RMU is not entirely together either. They are going to want to try to go down onto
Nice
Saskia,
panel.
but West is going to get blown up, and they're going to pick up a follow-up kill on Mordio. All of a sudden, Robert Morris are trying to run, but they're running back towards their opponent's base. Gillette winds up falling down as well, and Maryville are just cleaning kills left and right.
Such a good Janna ult there out of Papa Chow, just over the wall, but still in range to get it onto.
Buckzak flashing
Saskia.
forward for a kill on Saskia. Will get the shutdown. He's also rocking back towards his base with a flash body slam from Walrus. The barrel is out, the slow is there, but a heal comes in from Nami with the tidal wave. Can Buckzak get away? Yes, he does.
A little bit of an overextension there by Maryville. Not able to get the answer kill back, trying to punish them for getting the shutdown onto Saskia. Big kill there, actually being able to stop the Kled from running away in the game and getting more gold onto your Caitlyn. But yeah, like I was saying, that was such a good ultimate out of Janna. Was able to keep the Cassiopeia alive. This fight is very split up, and for the most part, Maryville wants to be fighting front to back, and when they get into a weird position like this, it can be very dangerous. You open your flanks up to a lot of different plays. CKG here, cut away from the rest of his team, wants to meet up somehow, but also wants to engage on the enemy team. It allows Mordio to start going on to him. CKG realizes his positioning error and is able to get into that heal while his team deals with Gillette and West Coast carry. So a little bit of a split-up fight there, but because the Janna with her ulti was able to connect the two fronts, they're able to win on both.
And so Maryville University, after a little bit of a hectic kind of fight, does wind up coming out a bit better for themselves on that one. They have now gotten 8 kills and extended their gold lead, well, taken the gold lead, in fact, to about 1,500. More importantly, they've gotten some very key assists onto the Jinx. There's another kill that was picked up for the Cassiopeia in that fight, so now she has gone and completed her Route of Ages, so she's got double stacking items already pre-15 minutes. Now we're looking to set their sights on the Rift Herald as well. They already had the vision established from getting that pick onto Nami. They got the vision denial as well. Rift Herald looks like it's going to Maryville.
Good pickup for Maryville here. We'll be able to use this to probably break the mid turret is what you generally see. And even though that was a huge fight to go in their favor, it is still only a 1,500 gold lead. Cassiopeia and Kled are extremely strong, but you still have the Caitlyn on the side of RMU. The problem is, like we talk about, that Caitlyn, as we crest into the 15-minute mark, starts being a little bit harder to abuse that advantage that she's so strong in the mid and late game for.
One of the best ways to kind of counteract the fact that Caitlyn, really, really good AD carry for taking down those outer ring of towers. So is the Rift Herald. Rift Herald's really good at just demolishing a tower, and then when the Caitlyn's going to be set behind by the fact that a lane has been opened up in pressure because of Rift Herald, and that she can't really move around the match, she has to deal with the Rift Herald first. You mentioned in some previous games, super lane priority. That's what Maryville University is looking to get here. Saskia actually getting the worst of a trade here going up against West. He's going to wind up dismounting from Skarl. Looks like he's just buying some time because Rift Herald has been popped in the mid lane.
Yep, here he comes, going to come flying in, try and finish off this turret. Boom! One-shots it.
Turret goes down. Rift Herald may wind up giving her life for this one, but that's all she wrote for the side of Maryville anyway.
Team player.
Yeah. Broken down an outer tower, broken down the mid lane tower, and it's the second one of the game. So now they have a lot of area in the top side of the map completely opened up. Plus they had Saskia, who actually had to wind up recalling after being dismounted, who was pushing away and putting pressure on the bottom side.
Right, and eventually Saskia will have a huge advantage also in terms of just wave clear. Going to be able to keep pushing in over and over. And Shen generally has a hard time dealing with that. Will eventually pick up the Bomby Cinder and into the Sunfire Cape most likely, but until then, the Tiamat going to be able to keep West Coast carry kind of pinned on his side of the map.
Yeah, it's still a little bit ways away. You can see Shen has kind of gone with the component style build. He had actually had the component style build, but he just wound up going back. So there you go.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tom.
Building
I
towards
just
that
don't think you know
Sunfire
what
Cape.
you're... No.
No, man, he just traded it in. He just, you know, had a couple of things laying around, decided he'd get a little bit extra gold for them. But yeah, he has gone for the Bambi Cinder, going towards the Sunfire Cape. Already picked up a pair of Ninja Tabby as well to kind of help out in these duels against the Kled. Want that Cloud Drake that was targeted originally by RMU about 10 minutes or so ago into this game was still left alive for the dive on the bot side, and Maryville University will clean that one up for themselves very nicely off the back of that opened up mid lane.
Right, and this is kind of one of the things we were saying that is good for Maryville, is the fact that they do move around the map and make decisive team plays. Here you see, after grabbing that Dragon, rotate down the bot lane, getting into a turret trade situation, but with Jinx generally being the superior pusher, they're going to be way ahead on this one, getting the turret before RMU can. Also canceling a recall, maybe setting themselves up to get a tier 2 here.
Yeah, this push is going to continue going down to the side of Maryville, and with the stop on the Nami, and potentially looking to just clear out some minion wave over there. Instead of stopping the recalls, actually may be better. Bucksack is going to want to take down that top lane tower, but RMU, their bottom tier 2's already gone, and they don't have their Fed member in this fight whatsoever, so they can't exactly chase.
Yeah, and here we see Maryville putting on a little bit of a clinic in terms of map movement. They found that tick in the top side that wins them that team fight. Then they go into the Rift Herald, take that, transition it to a mid lane turret, use that to go down into the bot side, get the Dragon, and 2 turrets in the bot lane. Out of nowhere, balloons up to a 3K gold lead when just a moment ago, it was only at 1,000.
Yeah, so this is going to be the interesting part if you're Robert Morris University. Quarterfinals, and for most of the Campus Series season, you were extremely lane dominant, and then your fault was in the mid to late game, you played a little undisciplined, you maybe didn't have the best lane assignments, your rotational play was not the greatest. Now you don't have that advantage. You're 15 minutes into the game, you're down 3,500 gold, as you just mentioned, and Maryville, the team known for moving around the map more effectively than potentially you have been in the Campus Series this season, is the ones in the lead that you're facing. What do you do as Robert Morris?
I mean, that is the tough part about it. Also, we talk about a couple critical members of the team not being where they need to be. The Vlad, 60 minutes in the game, just on a proto belt, not having a ton of damage. If you do jump onto the Jinx or the Cassiopeia, do you really have enough to burst through a potential exhaust, heal, Janna shield, and ultimate? Currently not likely. If they combo it well or are able to find a good engage with the Shen and the Olaf, maybe you can do it, but straight front to back team fighting definitely goes in Maryville's favor, especially considering the fact that Jinx, after a rough early game, is only a Zeal behind your Caitlyn now.
Right, already finished completed Infinity Edge here. Meanwhile, the fight's going to be picked up here by the side of Maryville. Looks like they got the Shen ultimate going down. The Morty of the explosive cast is already out. Taunted up on the CKG in the back line, but he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer before being taken down by Caitlyn. 1 kill has been answered back by Prototype Jinx, but RMU, they found themselves a 2-for-1.
They're able to get onto CKG relatively early into that fight, blow his summoners. Papa Chow does his best to protect him, but the entire fight, Kled is nowhere to be found, so they're able to chase straight forward, lacking that frontline member. And now,
oh, and Prototype's gonna get bubbled up and taken down. Bucksack, his 3rd kill of that engagement.
Prototype trying to defend that turret a little bit by himself there. Once again, not respecting the traps, but it's not done yet.
Saskia charge is in there as Gillette's going to be the target. The teleport was channeled by West, but it looks like he has canceled that one. And Maryville, they say that's the signal to keep on going. Your bear trap on the rope will pull Vladimir back in his pool form, and Saskia picks up a kill. Another one goes out of the Nami, but the exhaust and the flash were burned. Bucksack nets in aggressively going after Gragas. Flash is in as well, but he's lost his support on the back line. He's picked up 1 kill. He's forced the flash and a Papa Chow. It's a double kill. Bucksack putting on a show this game. 7-0 and 2. Can he make it 8? Blood's gonna dismount. Flash code on top of him, but the dodge field is out from Shen, and the 2 carries from either side, 7 kills apiece, take each other down.
Game's getting a little sloppy here. Saskia, because he's so strong, feels confident in chasing forward, but it baits the rest of his team into thinking they can follow up. Walrus gets cut off as Saskia chases forward. Bucksack, good decision to ignore the Kled. You're not his target right now. So Gillette gets soloed out a little bit here. Bad cancel on that teleport by West. Leaves Gillette out to dry, but not before it's kind of baiting Walrus to keep coming in. They're able to drop some damage down. And here, Bucksack realizes, all right, Saskia's not focusing me. I'm just going to ignore him, try and finish off Walrus. Looks like it might have been a mistake as Janna comes in, but once again, Saskia not turning around to help the rest of his team, focusing on these kills. Lets Papa Chow go down and eventually Saskia himself.
And Saskia is able to kind of get an exit kill here onto Bucksack.
Cute usage there of the blast zone.
Yeah, to get himself back down onto the Caitlyn. Looks like she's going to stay alive, but the pocket pistol, can't dodge that one out.
Just straight in shutdowns left and right.
12 kills to 10 here in Maryville's favor, and the goal lead is posed a little bit. It's only about 2,000 right now. But RMU, we posed the question of what do they do when they don't have these lane phase advantages that they've had throughout the Campus Series. And it seems to be the way they're looking for is looking for these pickoffs. We saw the Shen Stand United coming out onto the Olaf Ragnarok, being charging in, getting a delivery system onto CKG, who once the flash was blown is a completely immobile carry in that situation. RMU, they still got some fights in them, and a lot of it is also going to revolve around the fact that this Caitlyn, 7-1-3. We talked about the plateau of Caitlyn in the mid to late.
She's
like
past
mid
that.
stages. Yeah, there's no plateau anymore. She's just climbing up and up and up the mountain, almost to the peak.
And the big thing that we talked about was how Maryville was moving around the map, getting all these objectives, these advantages over RMU. Well, RMU's just baiting them to keep fighting. They find that initial engage, and instead of Maryville backing out saying, okay, we lost CKG, 2 for 1 in that skirmish. That's unfortunate. Let's reset and refocus. They just keep fighting over and over and over. And if you're Robert Morris University and you feel like we might not have the better late game team fighting comp, if we let this go slow and they keep getting objectives, we're going to lose this game. Good decision to keep fighting over and over.
Yeah, and Maryville's getting a little bit hyped up in the fact they have a very fed Kled and they have a Jinx as their AD carry. So both of those champions
Get
are very,
excited?
Yeah, they get super excited, and all they really want to do is fight. So they are kind of getting baited into these fights and letting Robert Morris University catch themselves back up into this game. But one of the things that the side of Maryville definitely has is this split push threat with this Kled. He does not have to group up with the team. He can kind of go toe-to-toe against this Shen. 0-3-3 has only completed the Sunfire Cape recently, whereas Kled already 2 items with the Black Cleaver and the Ravenous Hydra build for himself.
Yeah, I was about to say the Ravenous Hydra being a little different than what you traditionally see out of Kleds, often going for the Titanic Hydra, get that larger health pool. But with how strong he is, feeling like he needs to be a larger carry threat, goes for the higher damage item and a little bit better of a split push item with the ability to sustain yourself up after he takes the damage.
The rest of Maryville University in the mid lane, just a distraction so they can get their second Cloud Drake at the game. So now they do have that stacking out of combat movement speed. So that's going to be very beneficial for them if they so choose to keep playing the rotational style of play and don't want to be sucked into these team fights. But Robert Morris University continuing just to try to shove up in this mid lane. That tier 1 tower in the mid lane is the last remaining outer tower on the side of Maryville. This is about half HP or so. It's got a little bit of damage on it, I can see on the mini-map. So Robert Morris, that's their objective focus. Maryville University, however, as you mentioned, their focus is the split push here with Saskia on this Kled, taking it toe-to-toe against West Shen. Gets the bear trap on the rope and pulls him back in. We can just see, just taking a beating here. He's actually going to want to force in the flash underneath tower.
Might have gotten baited himself, though. Here comes Gillette trying to trade back, but you see Saskia not afraid of this fight.
Just a ton of damage coming out. Will wind up dismounting from Skarl. Actually winds up using the pocket pistol just to get out of the tides of blood. But there's a fight going on by Baron. It's a 3v4 situation, and West winds up going down. So Mordio and Evan RL, they got to wind up hightailing it out of there.
Looks like West Coast carry might not have gotten completely onto the fountain, healed up before he ulted back into the fight. It was fine for Gillette to try and make that play down the bot side. Because you have Shen able to join in, so as long as you trade 1 for 1, it should still be a 4 for 4 on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, still trying to make a play.
Yeah, we saw the proto belt usage there from Gillette. Saskia gonna use the pocket pistol just to get out of there. Still a little ways away from remounting onto Skarl, but Vladimir has to respect that. At the same exact time with Vladimir down the bottom lane, there's no teleport available for that. Shen is still dead, so they're going to be going right back to this Baron.
Cassiopeia, Jinx, 2 of the best single target DPSers, going to be able to take this Baron buff down just 23 minutes into the game.
Baron buff, 2 Cloud Dragons, split pushing Kled on the bottom side of the map. Maryville University are continuing to play the map, continuing to play this objective game.
Like we said, you know, Robert Morris tries to force those fights. They try and force one in the bot lane, try and force one in the river there right after the bot lane one. Don't actually win on either of them, and then they reset thinking, okay, well, hopefully we got them low enough, but don't actually have the vision to make that call. And Maryville get the free Baron, and it's getting scary now because it's still only about a 4,000 gold lead, but they have the later game scaling composition here. They have the Baron buff. They'll be able to, at the very least, grab a couple more turrets here. And RMU are going to have a tough time finding an engage.
And they got a completed Zeal item and Infinity Edge Jinx on their side as well. So they're going to start ripping through towers with Baron buff minions and a Jinx on their side. One of the things that Maryville University has done very well in about the past 4 or 5 minutes has kind of been being where the Caitlyn has not been. Sure, the Caitlyn got super fed, and in the last fight that we saw them all grouped up for in the mid lane, she wound up picking up her 7th kill before eventually falling down to the Kled, who came in after the fight was pretty much over to clean things up. But Maryville University, since then, has been good at moving around the map and kind of keeping the pressure away from where the Caitlyn side of the map is. So while the Caitlyn is the most influential member of Robert Morris University, Maryville's most influential member in the Kled is continuing to take objectives on the opposite side of the map, and then they force Caitlyn to walk into these scenarios where she is not protected and she's not strong enough to fight them.
Right, and you have to look at that early 2v2 that happened in the top side of the map. The fact that Maryville won that 2-0 also sets the Olaf behind, usually an extremely strong early game champion, kind of put on the back foot right away. He tried to play around the bot side of the map the rest of the time, but any moment that he could find a look in the bot lane, it was already being answered on the top side by Maryville.
He's already had to itemize a little bit differently. Gone for the Righteous Glory as Olaf may maybe want to do, but he's actually picked up components for armor and health as well as the Ninja Tab. He has not actually completed his jungle item yet either, so he doesn't necessarily have that bonus health pool that a Cinderhulk enchantment is going to be giving, like the Gragas on the opposite side. So even less tanky than you would expect an Olaf to be at this point in the game. We can see already the Baron buff being used quite effectively by Maryville University. Can't just leave Baron buff minions and Jinx on the tower. It's going to wind up taking it down like that.
Yeah, and at the same time, can't leave Shen alone versus Kled. He's going to look for the solo kill.
Oh, he gets dismounted. The pocket pistol will not pick up the kill. The red buff is taken away, but on the flip side of the map, Tidal Wave is gone. Engage a bubble, knocks up 3 or 2 members there. And now Maryville has to turn tail and run. The Jana Tornado for some disengage. Jinx will get excited off of Mordio, but she wants to die into a Caitlyn shot. Now Caitlyn's in the back line, which is actually the front line because Gragas is up there. But Buckzak going to take 1 or 2 more shots. Headshot, flash, see ya, Gragas. A double kill for Caitlyn.
RMU making use of the fact that the Shen is in his base. Once that solo kill fails and both members are low, Shen can run back and heal up instantly. Saskio, not recognizing the threat that's about to come up on the top side, doesn't use his Baron-empowered recall to heal up and potentially TP in. Results in the 4v5 that RMU is able to win. But because Saskio didn't go and recall to help his team win that fight, he's still able to stick around the bot lane, take that bot inhibitor.
Saskia has been a little bit of a lone wolf for Maryville. I mean, the quarterfinal series...
he's kind of role-playing as Kled a little bit of that crazy skirmisher. Here, we're taking a look at this new fight.
Yeah, this is the title that goes in. A really good bubble knocks up 2 members of the front line there from the side of Maryville University. And even though the zap is going to be coming out on the Mordio with the Super Mega Death Rocket, 1 more shot from Caitlyn's able to take down Jinx.
Yeah, Buckzak able to get onto a couple different members other than the front line of Maryville University there. And like you said, Kled has not been involved in a lot of these fights. Comes in late, if at all, and he's, like we said, the most fed member of Maryville. So whenever you get a 4v5 where they have their fed Caitlyn, but you're lacking your fed Kled, it's going to be kind of hard to win that team fight.
Yeah, and Saskia, in and of himself, has definitely been more of a dedicated split push type of player. His teleport play for the side of Maryville when they want to group up for team fights has been a little bit lackluster, but his solo performances have been great. He's almost 100 CS, almost flame horizoning his lane opponent. He has been the big reason as to why they wound up winning their series against the University of British Columbia. Just the fact that they were able to dominate that top side of the map, and as if I wasn't, thinking he was a confident enough player, he's still got the emote span going from level 1.
Yeah, just in case we forgot that he's confident. There you go. And like you said in the previous series, Maryville struggled at points, CKG having an off game, Prototype having his off game. The one consistent factor was Saskio basically winning on that top side every single time. And it's something that might be an issue with Robert Morris University over the course of this best of 5. Finding an answer for him. There was a ton of top lane bans thrown up there. Some targeting the pool of West Coast carries, some kind of being thrown his way, but it shows that he has the Kled pocket pick and is able to perform on it.
And now a 3rd Cloud Drake being picked up by Maryville University. So while it may not be the most effective combat Drake to pick up, they have a plethora of movement speed to wind up rotating between these 2 towers here in the mid and top lane. Middle inhibitor and top inhibitor towers that have been left exposed in the base of Robert Morris University. Plus, that means that, well, there's still an Infernal Drake yet to spawn, but 3 stacks of Elemental Dragons will be huge if the Elder Dragon becomes an objective on this map.
Maryville University probably wants to end the game before them, but they're also fine going late.
I mean, they still got Cassio and Jinx. They need 2 quintessential, extremely late game-centric carries. And the Jinx, who has fallen behind this Caitlyn, well, as to be expected, the fact that Caitlyn has 9 kills, may have to do some work here. She gets bubbled up in the back line. The Tidal Wave has already come out. Mordio going to pop the Ragnarok and run through the Chompers, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Gillette's going to block up the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Saskio has joined the team fight here. Guardian Angel on him as Gillette has to proto-belt the heck out of there. Already popped the Hemo Plague, heals himself only back up to about half, and Kled, in the meantime, is going to be clearing up these traps while the super minions on the bottom side of the map have knocked down a Nexus tower. So Maryville University using the fights as the distraction for their team.
Good decision by Saskio to come over this time. Does not want the rest of his team getting chased down there. Cuts the team in half, so Gillette is kind of left by himself, trying to get onto the back line of Maryville. They're able to protect themselves from that fight. Continue pushing down this mid lane.
Yeah, so Jinx has been able to take down that tower, and everybody on RMU is dropping extremely low. Saskio in the back one will give a kill over to CKG. Gillette goes golden, and West goes low on both sides of the fight, and they will both go down. That is going to be 3 kills. Now make it 4. Is it going to be an ace? There it is. 5 kills from Maryville. 0 deaths on their side, and they are going to be pushing in for a Game 1 win.
Saskio finally groups up with his team, joins in that 5-man push down the mid lane. They survived the initial engage attempt by Robert Morris University and turned it into their own ace.
Game number 1 of this best-of-5 Northern Conference Finals rematch will go to Maryville University off the back of an extremely beefy Kled and some very good rotational play, probably because of the 3 Cloud Drakes.
The 3 Cloud Drakes coming up huge in that last team fight, Tom. No, but seriously, good objective play on the side of Maryville University. You looked at a lot of the skirmishes, they were very close, but the one key difference that they had was that they were able to grab that Rift Herald, they were able to grab that bottom row of turrets after they took that Cloud Drake, and they kept snowballing off those Cloud Drakes, and then eventually they get the Baron. Almost every single time that there was something happening on the map, it was ending up in a favor of Maryville.
10 towers to 2 at the final scoreline as far as towers go. It was 3 dragons to 0 and a Baron compared to nothing for the side of Robert Morris University. So, we had the questions. If they don't wind up getting those advantages in the lane phase, are they going to be able to transition that into objectives on the map? Can they get through that mid game? The question, the answer was they were going to try to fight and try to bait it out and get themselves back into it. But even with the Fed Caitlyn, they just were not in the right place, right time to fight.
Yeah, and I think a big thing comes down to that, like we mentioned before, that early 2v2 loss on the top side of the map. RMU, we said they don't have to go up there. Sometimes you bring your jungler up when someone's playing over-aggressive. The Gragas had the inside track. They were able to finish off the Shen and then focus down onto the Olaf once they get the remount on Kled, and that's why it's so dangerous to skirmish up there, because if it goes wrong, that Kled is going to become a huge carry threat when you could have just been playing around the bot side the entire time.
That's right. Sasuke was quite a monster for his team, but for more on that Maryville win, let's check in with the analysts.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now, that was a pretty strong-looking win coming out from Maryville University there in game number 1. And I know just from the onset of that game, you guys had a lot to say about the team compositions, the draft itself, and how that played into this game.
Yeah, I just want to explain really quickly when we say winning or losing matchup. When we say winning matchup, it means that you should be able to shove the opponent in, have priority, and be able to get wards down at the very least, or maybe even put pressure on them and have them under turret. So that being said, we actually see for Maryville, winning top lane, winning mid lane, and then for the bottom lane, that's a losing matchup. And then what happened was they actually played to their top side, which is right, but then they actually tried an all-in on the bottom side, which was wrong. But regardless of whether these things were right or wrong, the enemy also played it incorrectly themselves.
Yeah, I want to give a little bit of credit to Walrus on that one. He did path correctly, ended top side with the Kled, and then he was able to fight the 2v2, which he wanted to fight. And so that was, he was playing really well. He played that perfectly, and then he was able to get the Kled ahead. Coming out of the draft, you see that if Kled gets kills, if Kled gets going, they can never match that split push. And so they're able to get him ahead, and then that Kled had tons of pressure the whole game.
It was ridiculous. He's like level 17 when everybody else is like 14 and not picking up waves. So the Kled got so much pressure off of that. And yeah, like you said, huge props to Walrus because he ended up on the top side. But then on the flip side, the jungler from RMU didn't really play that correctly where he went to the top side. And also, West on RMU shouldn't have been in a position as Shen to get exploited in a losing matchup. You should just kind of seed the lane and say, it's okay, I picked Shen, we'll play for late, and then you're fine. Don't play aggressive in losing matchups.
And we actually have a replay of that about 5 minutes into the game, both teams playing on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, and this is mostly because what you're going to see here is the losing matchups playing too far forward. Caitlyn Janna should be shoved in. Jinx Janna should be shoved in by Caitlyn Nami, but they are actually the aggressors. They go in and they have it turned around, which is an eventual double kill. But on the top side of the map, you see the Olaf and the Shen playing a little bit too far forward. That wave is in a position where Shen is trying to push the Kled in, and that's a very, very good gank for Gragas to make as the wave's coming in.
Yeah, so Jinx, the bot lane, like Jinx Janna, they're up against this Olaf Shen combo. And so they just have to play really passive and just wait for that Kled to have pressure, because as soon as they get behind, which happened, and the Caitlyn was able to get going, like that's exactly what RMU wants to do. And they really need to play passive and just wait for Kled to get pressure.
But even though we saw those sort of mistakes in focus 5 minutes into the match, just 8 minutes into the match, 3 minutes later, you then see the teams focus the correct spots, and these plays happen.
Yeah, they focus the correct spots. You see them going to winning matchups and going for the dives there. But once again, losing side of the matchup plays it incorrectly. West overstays, gets dove, even blows his flash in that, so he loses even more pressure. Here, Prototype and Papa Chow should have backed off of the turret because a play was being made on the opposite side of the map. On top side, you have to expect that you're going to get dove. And it feels like these players in losing matchups are just overconfident, saying, I can outplay this. And that really sets your team behind when you have that mentality and you aren't playing for the whole team. You're trying to give a large advantage at a high risk.
I think CKG on Casio really impacted this game a lot. He was able to burn the flash 1v1 on Vladimir early, and after that, they were able to punish the Vladimir with a kill, and then after that, he had so much pressure. He was able to just push into Vlad constantly. He was able to roam top for that three-man dive we just saw. CKG played this game really well, and Vlad did not look like a big factor that game. Maybe they'll pick a higher pressure mid laner next game. I'm not quite sure what his champ pool is like, but CKG played this game pretty well.
And we did see these even trades earlier on in the match. We saw top lane and bottom lane plays happening back and forth, but it was really 11 minutes into the game, the 3-for-1 trade for Maryville University that set them truly going.
Yeah, this is one that, as it was happening, ThinkHard, you were just like, this should not be happening. So what were your thoughts behind this fight as it was breaking out?
All right, so, Maryville did this fight where they wanted to do. They want to fight around the Kled, and the Kled is able to get on the support. I forget the setup, but he's able to get on the support. And then after this, after they get the first kill, RMU doesn't have to stay around. They don't have to be fighting this. They're posturing up as if they want to fight this. It's a 4v5. Casio super strong. Vlad needs a little bit of farm, and they can just go back, like push mid wave and like protect top turret and damage control. But they go for this huge fight, and this ends up getting the team going. And Caitlyn got. Oh my God! Wait, who got fed off this? It was Prototype and CKG got fed off this.
Yeah.
And after this, Kled was just a monster to.
And he got to split push pretty much the whole game after that. And really, I do want to give credit to Bucksack, because Bucksack played this game incredibly well. Up until the final moments of the game, he was 9-1-3, 100% kill participation, only one death for that game until the very final fight. So this Caitlyn actually got ahead, was able to win the winning matchup, got two kills in the lane pretty early on, and then he was able to snowball. But the rest of his team isn't able to set him up because they're just so far behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, and then one more thing, and then on top of that, we were able to see Bucksack play really well in like some of the later fights in the game where they actually won a lot of the 4v4s, 5v5s, just because he was playing super well in the team fight. So a lot of credit to Bucksack, and but the Kled was just too strong. Sasuke played too well, and maybe they'll change up the draft a little bit and pick more pressure mid lane or something.
And you've always got to be careful about those explosive fights, those things that get the snowball rolling when you've got a close matchup like this, because it only takes one of those to really set those wheels in motion and make everything that much more impossible and insurmountable of a task. But we're headed for a break. There's more League of Legends coming right up. When we return, see if RMU can tie this series up or if Maryville jumps out to a 2-game lead. Don't go anywhere.
Misses out on the zap. Once again, stopped up by the trap, but the flash in immediately from Prototype. The exhaust go down. The ebb and flow does not help out. West is going to get blown up, and they're going to pick up a follow-up kill on Mordio. All of a sudden, Robert Morris are trying to run, but they're running back towards their opponent's base. They've got the Shen hopefully going down to Mordio. The explosive cast is already out. We've taunted up on the CKG in the back line, but he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer before being taken down by Caitlyn. We keep on going. Your bear trap on the rope will pull Vladimir back in his pool form, and Sasuke picks up a kill. Another one goes out on Nami, but the exhaust and the flash were burned. Bucksack nets in aggressively going after Gragas. Gillette goes golden and West goes low on both sides of the fight, and they will both go down. That is going to be 3 kills. Now make it 4. Is it going to be an ace? There it is. Game number 1 of this best of 5 Northern Conference Finals rematch will go to Maryville University. Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends College Championship. We're headed into game number 2 between Maryville and Robert Morris University, where Maryville came in pretty strong at the end of the game there, taking a game 1 win.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy game through most of it. Obviously, you saw Maryville playing around the top side like we expected. Robert Morris University struggled to get going on the bot side in terms of involving the rest of the team. Obviously, they were doing great in lane by themselves, but then once the map started opening up, you saw that, like we said, we expected Maryville to have that better mid-game shot calling, and Robert Morris just slowly slipped out of the game.
Yeah, so Maryville definitely showed they knew what to do as far as objective taking went and as far as moving around the map went in the later stages of the game. But we also saw them dominating the lane phase in some specific aspects. Their bottom side of the map still played maybe a little bit too aggressive, wound up losing out in a level 2 trade, but their top and their mid lanes definitely wound up solo kill going down on the mid lane, or solo kill plus a Janna shield.
Yeah, well, the Janna ran up and put the critical slow onto the Vladimir, so he couldn't actually get away. And I think that's one of the things that I would say is we always talk about, like, why is their bot lane playing so aggressive on Maryville? You have Janna and Jinx, two like hyper-scaling safe champions, and because, you know, Prototype has the exhaust, he needs to flash in, all this stuff going on. They clearly work well as a team. Play slower, calm down, let your Janna maybe make some map plays when you have the right opportunities, and you don't need to go for these all-in. They had a similar issue yesterday, actually, in their first game. Maybe they just get too excited and calm down over the course of the series.
Yeah, well, Robert Morris University looks like they may be responding by banning away a Caitlyn this time around. They were the ones that played it in game number 1. However, they do not want to have to deal with it now that Maryville is on the blue side. We do see Galio, Cassidy, and Karma bans coming through, so potentially a Lulu ban coming out from Robert Morris University would reflect pretty similar bans we saw in game number 1.
Gonna be curious what Maryville has their highest priority on now, with the Ivan already banned out, with them banning the Karma, kind of forcing Robert Morris to ban the Lulu or give it up. You expect them to ban it. Now, what do they think is the highest priority champion? Because previously, you would have said something like a Galio, like a Caitlyn. Does it become the Gragas for them? Extremely strong top laner and jungler. They haven't shown much priority on much else. So yeah, there you go. You see the Gragas first pick.
So Gragas being taken away right then and there. Robert Morris University will get their chance to respond. They had the Olaf in the jungle in game number 1, and Modio, unfortunately, did not really get the ball rolling in that one. He was in the right place, right time for the top lane gank. However, was just about a step or two behind the Gragas there, and was never really able to get the Olaf train a rolling. Robert Morris University, of course, played very, very strong around their bottom side of the map, and it looks like they might continue to play a little bit more aggressive in the lane phase by going now for a Lee Sin jungle pick.
I was about to say, the Olaf pick, it's a nice idea. It does make some sense within their comp and what they're looking for, but sometimes you just want a little bit more playmaking in the late game. Olaf becomes very binary, especially from behind, which is what happened that game. So hopefully they find some more opportunities with that Lee Sin pick from Mordio. And they're also going with the Twitch, really changing things up here in game 2.
Bucksack had a great performance on the Caitlyn in game number 1, so they're putting him on something a little bit later game scaling and a little bit more damage dealing in the Twitch. We saw yesterday Coggles from the side of Carnegie Mellon was able to rip through and almost pick up a pentakill, and now Prototype picking up a champion that he is quite familiar with.
What year is it, Tom?
That's 2017.
Oh.
Not
I thought for sure it was 2013, 2014 with these vain Twitch picks. I like the idea of putting Bucksack on that Twitch. He was obviously the shining member for that team. Caitlyn, while we talk about how strong she is in lane, how great that is, past that, she has very, very limited playmaking and is exclusively an auto attacker. Put him on something that can go around, find some picks. If they're able to win that lane phase again, combo with that Orianna now, and suddenly you're starting to get a protect the Twitch comp going on here.
Yeah, so now we have the Orianna Twitch for the side of Robert Morris, but the Vayne and the Janna. You want to talk about hyper-scaling late-game champions that can pretty much win a game by themselves? There's a Vayne pick right there, and it's a Prototype Vayne. He's been definitely known for this champion. I'm going to be very interested to see how they play this lane matchup, though, because he can get super aggressive early on, and if a Vayne lane falls behind, it takes a while to get back online.
Yeah, and it's a little surprising given that they had only seen the Lee Sin and Twitch. Vayne not super great into either of those two champions. She can get outranged by the Twitch if he doesn't go for the completely melee range stealth assassination attempt. It's a little bit of a push and pull there on who wins that 1v1 side lane that tends to happen later in the game. But the bigger thing is the fact that you usually pick Vayne based off the front line, not the back line. She has a really hard time getting on the back line until the end of a fight, and you had not seen any tanks really out of Robert Morris. So very surprising to see that one. And as a result, RMU focusing more on banning mid laners since they took theirs in the first rotation. Maryville, because RMU did not have a support yet, they focused on support bans.
Yeah, and they've taken the Janna for themselves, the two shielding priorities, and the Karma and the Lulu banned away, and now Sona and Nami. So there are no longer any healing champions, save for Soraka, if Robert Morris University wants to pick that one up. But It may potentially give them a little bit more dueling potential on the bottom side of the map. And it looks like they're going to lock in a Hecarim. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like they're a little confused about that one, so that might not be 100% correct. But that would be a very interesting pickup if so.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you would think that the Hecarim would be the one going topside, but you're not 100% sure. They take the Renekton top now, flexing that Gragas once again in a TF, looking to really get them around the map and start snowballing some of these side laners, not wanting to interact with that Orianna much at all.
No, and you can tell already that if Maryville University was the one that wanted to make a lot of pressure happen on the side lanes, to be the ones to really move around the map and make things happen, a Twisted Fate pick up the Destiny Gate combination, once you hit level 6, that may be able to turn the aggression they normally have a little over-aggressive in the bottom lane into a couple of kills for that lane.
We'll have to see what they round their comp out here with. Shen is going to be the last pick, so one of these is going support. We're not exactly sure which one it is. I would guess the Shen. You have your block zone to potentially stop Vayne from getting the third proc on her Silver Bolt. She's short range. You can maybe get a taunt on her, but it's pretty telegraphed, and if Prototype has the mechanics, he can condemn him out of that taunt every time. This is very, very surprising. Oh, what is this? Is that actually going to be a jungle Twitch?
I don't know. They haven't swapped anybody around whatsoever quite yet for the side of Robert Morris University, but it looks like that there's a bit of discussion going on their side of the rift. So their team composition may not be entirely fleshed out, but the Maryville University composition is definitely something that we have seen them pull off before. The Gragas in the jungle, an aggressive, split push-centric kind of top laner, and then their bottom lane of a later game scaling AD carry with something to protect it coming out of the Janna pickup.
This is one of those instances where everything I know about professional League of Legends, Tom, goes kind of out the window, assuming that this is the comp that they're going for. Haven't seen too many Shen, Hecarim bot lanes in my time.
Nah, I don't think, even so, I don't think it would be a Shen and Hecarim bottom lane. You might assume that maybe like an old school Trinity Force top lane Hecarim build, maybe bully around.
With how much discussion is going on stage with the referees, you would think that there was some kind of issue, but the problem that we see is the fact that they didn't stop pick ban fades instantly. Yesterday, there was an instance where a team was not happy with the draft that they had in terms of they locked in the wrong champion, maybe there's a bug. There is known to be some lag a little bit when locking in the last couple seconds, and they remade that draft. This time around, though, they did not instantly remake on the Hecarim pick, which might have some complications in terms of if they're allowed to remake, if it really was a mistake at all.
Yeah, exactly. And that'd be a very, very interesting situation to have to deal with. Of course, you haven't seen like a Hecarim, not even out of the jungle for quite some time. We've seen Keen play it in the mid lane, but that was kind of a Keen special.
I mean, there was a little bit of Hecarim depending on where you were watching. EDG was still running it at some points last split, I believe, with Clear Love being one of the proponents of Hecarim. Always loved that champion being able to kind of self-carry, and he was one of the superstars on that team. But, you know, with how strange that team comp ended up being, it's not the traditional Hecarim that we'd probably be anticipating, if it is going to be that Hecarim.
No, but we do have the team composition from Maryville being something that is a little bit more standard. You know,
right.
You have the Renekton in the top lane, the Gragas in the jungle. We have the mid lane for Orianna as a Twisted Fate, and then the Vayne and the Janna kind of going on the bottom side of the map. And I'm actually really interested that, you know, regardless if this drop gets remade or not, but the Twisted Fate coming in for CKG is something I really want to see how it plays out, because we mentioned already CKG holds his own in mid lane matchups. He does play a lot of wave clear champions. The Orianna and the Syndra were champions he's playing in their quarterfinal matchup. Twisted Fate has very similar duty, but there is so much more map pressure when you wind up adding in that Destiny Gate combination because of that. And I want to see if CKG can go from steady rock to influential player for Maryville.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is that everyone always talks about the map pressure, TF, and all that. One thing he does have in lane as well is excellent gank assist, and with the Gragas early on, you can do some crazy level 2 ganks that is one of the strongest in the game. Oriannas often have to take cleanse in the matchup if you're concerned about that early jungle pressure as well. So you can see,
Walrus,
pretty confident.
Yeah, Walrus is not concerned whatsoever.
I mean, you're going up against a Hecarim Shen lane. I can understand the confidence with the Vayne Janna having a lot of tools to interrupt all those dashes that they like to go for. Hecarim wants to E in, slow him down, reduce his attack damage actually with his passive working like that.
Yeah.
Get knocked up. Tough lane, I would assume, if you're actually trying to go for that. Maybe see some lane swap shenanigans even.
Yeah.
But I do think, just generally with the team comp that they have, I do like what Maryville is looking for here. You have the Renekton with pressure if they try and dive your bot lane Vayne, which is often the concern, is that you get pushed in and dove. Having the ability to join in from mid lane and kind of clean up if the dive goes bad or get there beforehand and deter it entirely a lot of different things that a TF can do in a team comp like that.
And the TF also pairs extremely well with the fact that Sasuke's teleport usage has not been the greatest this entire
So you take it on your mid laner.
You take it on your mid laner, and you can either influence the lane that Sasuke is going to be split pushing this entire time, or you can be the one to influence the bottom side of the map as you continue to play throughout the game. But the Twisted Fate pickup is going to be very, very interesting. I'm also going to want to see how the Renekton is going to want to pan out for Sasuke, because we've seen him play split pushing top laners basically this entire tournament, but we've seen him play the Fiora, we've seen him play the Kled, we've seen him play things that do scale with itemization and levels extremely well into the later stages of the game. The Renekton, however, something a little bit of a different flavor. It's extremely strong early on and then falls off the later the game goes. We haven't actually seen him play something where he has to dominate the lane phase to an extent and then transition that advantage across the map before he actually falls off himself. We've seen him be just kind of like, all right, I'm going to split push. Oh, my team is at the base with me. I'll group up with them then.
Right. I mean, that was the funny part, was he was wholly away from the team the entire game. Then finally, when it's ending, he moves in for one more kill.
That was the end.
Yeah, that was the entire end of the game. So Sasuke, the Renekton pick, obviously playing to that playstyle that he looks for, wants to be aggressor in the lane. And I like the synergy that I've seen with Walrus out of him as well. A lot of the times that they were able to go and win those games off the back of Sasuke always having good games, he usually received some jungler help. It wasn't him solo carrying and smashing his opponent as you would expect in high-quality League of Legends play. Not as many solo kills often going on, and usually rely on some teams to help out.
No, well, I am getting confirmation now that there was an error in the champion selection. It was not supposed to be a Hecarim, surprise, surprise.
I can't believe it!
It was actually supposed to be a Maokai. So it would be a Maokai pickup that will be the first phase for the side of RMU, and we're going to go the same way the champ select all the way up to that Maokai pickup, and then Maryville University will be able to pick their champions over again. So they are not locked into the Renekton, they're not locked into the Twisted Fate, as much as we were excited to see the Twisted Fate.
Right, and I think it's the kind of situation where it feels a little bad as Maryville, because the Twisted Fate is not exactly the most common pick right now, so you had this little bit of a surprise factor potentially coming in, not giving them as much time to mentally prepare for everything that TF can do. With that downtime, hopefully you're able to figure out a little bit more if you are on the side of Robert Morris University, if that's exactly something you have to be scared of. The Maokai pick is interesting because we haven't seen it so far throughout this tournament. Obviously, just been reworked on 7-9, completely different ultimate. E has been buffed a little bit with the saplings being able to get stronger. You've seen some cheesy support Maokais even in solo queue, and with the fact that we saw a lot of support bans, you have to question if that Maokai is even going top yet.
Yeah, and Maokai support was something you mentioned, very solo queue kind of style champion. We saw Shady from P1 picking that one up and utilizing it in solo queue. Actually wasn't able to actually play it because it wasn't changed Maokai on the playoffs patch, but we've seen him being able to utilize that one. And with the fact that the Maokai was locked in, they still have an Orianna and a Lee Sin. They can flex it in the top lane, but it could wind up being a support pickup for themselves as well.
Gonna keep the team comp entirely the same on the side of Maryville, and for RMU now, we're gonna see that final pick if it is a top Maokai or a support. Vayne traditionally struggles pretty heavily when playing against Maokai, having that point-and-click lockdown CC at a range that's pretty much equal to Vayne's auto attack range, so you often find yourself just as you get the auto attack off or trying to get the condemn, he'll twist it, advance it, and dodge out on it. It will be a Kennen top, so we are going to see the support Maokai. Might see a big camp coming down this bot lane.
Yeah, this might be pretty interesting. As you mentioned, the Maokai saplings, you throw them into a brush, they get a little bit bigger, they do a little bit more damage, have a lot more wave clear in that kind of sense, but this may be a little bit more of a, maybe not specifically a bully-centric matchup, but one that may be a little bit more aggressive than you would expect coming out from a Twitch lane, specifically because, well, it's a Vayne and a Janna. They have basically shields, and they have a later game scaling AD carry who's not known for her early game dueling potential either.
No, not quite, but like we said, you do have a lot of playmaking with that Lee Sin this time around. Obviously, Olaf is strong early on, but you have that extra mobility now on the Lee Sin. The Maokai starts to gank off, you have really good gank assist there. A little bit easier to get off than a Nami needing to land that bubble. So if you're going to camp prototype, someone who has been shown to lose lane with some early trading that gets a little too aggressive on his champions, he could be setting himself up for a rough time here.
Yeah, well, the lineups are all set up here for game number 2. Maryville University running something comfort for them. They got the Vayne on prototype, who's known for his Vayne play, and now we got CKG taking Twisted Fate into the mid lane. Robert Morris University, they got a little bit more playmaking potential, and they also have a ton of AoE teamfight presence. The new Nature's Grasp or Nature's Root whatever the ultimate name is called. I'll get it eventually, coming out from Maokai, coming in with the command shockwave from Orianna, and of course the slicing maelstrom from Kennen. They once again have a very superior 5v5 style teamfight composition.
It is probably the case that's true, but a lot of their champions might struggle in the 5v5 actually. Lee Sin is someone who's fairly telegraphed with his jump in when he's trying to get that insec off. So as long as Janna is ready, she is a notoriously difficult champion to play. It's unfortunate we don't have Meteos on the desk a little bit today because he hates that champion, rants about Janna all the time, how horrible it is to play into. Is a big counter to Zach as well, one of his favorites. So.
And the Kennen. Like, the Kennen slicing Maelstrom wants to come on in. He's going to have to flash. He's going to get Monsoon back out. So the Janna pickup coming in clutch.
Yeah, we talk about the Gragas also having a lot of disengaged tools. So like you were saying, though, a lot of these champions traditionally on the side of RMU, you would say superior 5v5 teamfighters, but how they actually interact might be all right for Maryville here if, once again, we always say it, they can get out of some of these lanes.
Yeah, you know it's going to be difficult to do that. It's going to be difficult to do that if you're all rooted up with some Nature's Grass fruits.
That thing moves slow.
It's super slow.
I would hope, unless he's already on top of the vein, she's not going to get hit by that.
We'll have to wait and see here. The support Maokai is something that we have yet to see a lot of in competitive play. And we'll see how effective it could be here as RMU are looking to bounce back after a Game 1 loss against Maryville University. Of course, this is a rematch of the Northern Conference Finals. That series went to a full 5 games, so even though Maryville is up in the first game, there's no reason RMU can't strike back.
Right, and I'm a little surprised to see in that very initial level 1, you didn't see Papa Chow and Prototype running straight down to that bot lane, trying to get in there and stop Maokai from maybe doing some cheesy stuff level 1 with those saplings. He was elsewhere on the map throwing them around, so he didn't make a giant brush, but they didn't actually check that advanced brush, so they're going to have to give up a little bit of that brush control, which is very important in 2v2 trading, that now with that improved sapling that Maokai has gotten, tends to control those.
The saplings, of course, lasting for about 30 seconds apiece, so potentially something that the side of Maryville University will have to keep track of is how long could a sapling be in that brush timer as opposed to how long is a ward in that brush timer, as we see one already thrown behind them on this bottom lane side. Of course, by starting saplings at level 1, there's no more impact damage on them. When you throw them, they have to actually just run into explode, as you can see right there. It looks like they are going to be utilizing to potentially get the early push back against the side of Maryville University, but Prototype not afraid on this Vayne pickup, tumbling forward, getting a little auto attack damage.
And very surprising the fact that it is a melee support going for the Frost Queens.
Or the Stealthy.
Yeah, the Stealthy Edge, excuse me. I always think of the upgraded form.
You just want it bigger and better right away.
Yeah, instantly. I don't have any patience.
None at all.
But it is surprising to see that instead of going for the Targons, getting the execute, being able to sustain up a little bit as well as often contest the push, going instead more for the harass. Surprising itemization there.
Yeah, meanwhile, harassment in the mid lane here is Gillette and CKG going to wind up trading Thunderlord's procs, both of them chugging through both of their health potions already extremely early on. We see Mordio on this Lee Sin pickup. We'll see how effective he could be on this one. A little bit more of an early game centric playmaker. As you mentioned, Olaf also extremely good in the early game. Strong extremely at level 1 with the undertow chain. Lee Sin known, however, for more of his gap closing capabilities. He does get spotted out here by CKG. A flash forward from Gillette, a flash after by CKG. But Mordio is here to secure first blood for his Orianna.
Nice play, but Walrus coming in potentially for the cleanup.
Flash
Gets on the
body
Ori.
slam, one more barrel, and he takes down the Orianna. Now he's taking a quick drink here, and he's got his set sight on Mordio, but no cooldowns means Mordio can just jump away.
Gonna be the trade 1-for-1, but RMU is not only able to get first blood, to get an assist on the kill, whereas Walrus gets that one alone for himself. Nice decision there by Mordio to go for that. It looked like he might not be able to actually convert onto the kill, but uses the minion wave to actually get the gap closed. Usually people are cursing minion waves for cutting off their Lee Sin Qs. This time he actually rides it in range. Nice ward hop follow, gets the damage down, saves his flash to get out. Unfortunately, Gillette is a little overextended as a result, but a good play because if you can set this TF behind, it becomes very hard to get pressure in the lane and then start roaming around. You have to start giving up things in the mid lane to make his kind of global plays.
So Lee Sin already proving to be more effective than the Olaf pickup was in game 1 for the side of Robert Morris University, but Walrus showing his fortitude on this Gragas pickup, equally as effective as he was in game number 1 by picking up a return kill on that mid lane. But that's already more focused down onto Gillette and CKG than we saw in game number 1. I don't even know, well, there was the Jana roam at level 2 or level 3 that came up to assist in CKG getting a kill. This time it's Gillette who has the advantage in the early lane phase. It looks like Maryville, they're going to respond by a repeat gank on this flashless Orianna, walks back into the body slam. There's no gold card available quite yet. There is one to follow after the cast. drops extremely low. One more auto attack, can't seal the deal.
Gillette showing a lot of patience there, actually saving his cleanse that entire time. Like we mentioned, Orianna taking the cleanse versus that TF. He does have that gold card set up, and you want to be able to get out of that. The fact that he knew the damage, that he was going to be fine there, that there wasn't the stack cards passive on that auto attack coming at him, and that he'll live through that means he gets to hold his cleanse, meaning he's much more likely to survive a repeat gank attempt.
So Orianna surviving through that gank in the mid lane, despite not having her flash available. Top lane of the map, though, this is West now getting a little bit aggressed on here by Saskia, but on the bottom side of the map, Mordio's taking a look over at Papa Chow and Prototype, who, despite being extremely pushed up this time around, have not actually gone for some very early and aggressive trading situations, instead content to just be 10 CS ahead on this game.
Well, I think the big difference is RMU isn't ready to match them in those trades. Last time around with the Nami Caitlyn feeling like they were the stronger laning duo, wanting to actually take those trades. This time around, having a hard time matching up with the melee range Maokai. In the top lane, West Coast carry doing a lot better this time around, though.
Yeah, West is definitely being a little bit more confident on this Kennen pickup. It's not a tank that he was forced to play on the Shen. There are way less top lane bans thrown at him in this game. He's able to kind of get his pick of the litter, and that one goes for the Kennen pickup in the top lane against Renekton. But more importantly, we talked about during Champion Select, Saskia is not on a later game scaling carry top laner. He's on a more early game centric focused one. So if West is going to be able to get advantage over that Renekton early on, that's going to significantly diminish the impact of one of Maryville's strongest players.
Right, but West Coast carry, like we said, he's going for the AD Kennen build. Not quite that late game threat that you see the AP Kennen become, where if he gets a flank, he can win a team fight by himself. AD Kennen still can go for those flanks, but for the most part, functions just like you would expect an AD carry to, preferring to auto attack the front line. Here now, getting some focus by Walrus and CKG.
Yeah, CKG's first Destiny Gate combination looks to potentially be a kill onto West Coast carry, and the gold card seals the deal.
And this is what we were talking about. You pick a lane counter to the Renekton a little bit. You want to bully him early on. Saskia able to build up a wave, and with it, Walrus makes his way up there, coordinates with CKG. They get the dive off, and they're going to also grab the first turret of the game here just 7 minutes in.
Yeah, that's quite the rotation and quite the snowball up here on the top side of the map. So we said, hey, Saskia maybe needs to get the ball rolling early on since he's on an early game-centric pick. They even get the solo gold on that tower over to him.
And last time around, RMU had a winning bot lane, another focal point on the map that they could devote their resources to try and get ahead. This time around, with that strange support Maokai pick having almost no pressure in the lane, and they are able to even up the CS a little bit there on that last push, but they are not able to make any plays with it so far, and I doubt they'll have an easy time finding one moving forward here. So Maryville having the same strong top side they have from game one, but RMU not having that same pressure in the bot side.
RMU did wind up having a kill that was given over to the Orianna in the mid lane, so they do have that on the side of Maryville, but Twisted Fate's first level 6 gank was a successful one, so all of a sudden that kill becomes a little bit less valuable. Twisted Fate already picked up a Catalyst on his side, Orianna picked up a Lost Chapter. Does have Mordio on the back side of the map here, but Twisted Fate already kind of shoved back on his side of the river. Not going to be getting too aggressive, plus Walrus on the bottom side of the map, taking control of the Scuttle Crab, potentially looking at going for an Ocean Drake, but might also be looking to just gank down in the mid lane.
I mean, even if you're not able to find a gank, use this pressure, get some vision control down the bot side, stop Lee Sin from potentially making a play to get that Twitch ahead. You've already, in a sense, won the top side for that Renekton now for how strong he is. Double Doran's Blade on Kennen versus the Phage completed for Saskia, and as well as the fact that CKG's ultimate will be coming back up eventually. Just get some vision control down and try and play this safely. You see West Coast carry actually teleported down trying to get involved.
Yeah, and we see a Command Shockwave being used here on the CKG. He also cleanses out that gold card, so they are going to wind up picking up a kill on the Twisted Fate for the teleport.
Surprising to see CKG get caught out of position there, knowing that that teleport came in from West Coast carry. Walrus was going to be able to get over the wall, be just fine. CKG stepping too far forward when he really didn't need to. Makes that what was a bad teleport play turn out with a little bit of a positive result.
Yeah, more importantly, an assist goes over to the Kennen, so something gained for his teleport usage. And they're also pushing down in this mid lane tower quite quickly. Maryville University looks to be trying to respond on the bottom side. They have a teleport of their own coming in. The Nature's Grass comes out. He flashes forward and roots before the rest of the roots actually land, but it locks up everybody from Maryville under the tower. But Saskia's coming from the backside. Walrus is starting to be able to take down Bucksack, and they can't finish off Prototype. Maokai winds up falling. 2 kills for the price of none.
Nice teleport follow there by Saskia. We've been harping on him a little bit this tournament for not having great ones. This one well coordinated, able to cut off the escape. but it's not done yet. It's
Oh,
assassinated.
Mordio finds himself Prototype in the backside while Saskia was trying to pick up a kill onto West. This tower's extremely low, and Twisted Fate does pop the Destiny Gate combination, but it's just a zoning ultimate, and they are able to take down that second tower of the game.
During that time, RMU did finish off that mid lane turret, able to trade those objectives out. Kills relatively evenly traded as well. And the big thing there was, even though that teleport was really nicely done by Saskia, the actual execution on the dive was not the cleanest thing ever. Papa Chow, using his ult relatively early on, actually knocked Bucksack further away. And Evan RL had a nice ultimate usage here, basically trying to stop this dive from going down, engages onto the Vayne. You see the heal from Papa Chow trying to keep Prototype alive, but it also buys some more time for Bucksack to live there. They're able to get the 2 kills, but Prototype now on low health. Doesn't see the Lee Sin coming in from behind after pushing that down that mid lane turret. It's going to get finished off.
And we see Mordio just hop, skipping, and jumping behind, and then using his minions to tactically build back out to safety again. Took the long way around after taking that tower, all the way through his opposing enemy's red buff, so they didn't exactly have the ward coverage in their own jungle to know he was coming in from behind. Be able to clean up a kill, but still, that's Maryville University playing the objective game a little bit better than RMU. First tower on the top side, second one on the bottom side, only 1 in response for RMU so far.
And I gotta say, actually, the more I think about that dive, Papa Chow, not the worst ult to go for there. The bigger mistake was Prototype taking the turret aggro first, and then once that happens, he gets hit with some chain CC out of Evan RL. Good job of him, like we said, with that ultimate, the flash, twisted advance to guarantee that the ult hits on the Vayne as well, getting a little bit of chain CC down, making it pretty risky, but still able to execute for Maryville University. They grab those 2 kills.
Now we see bottom lanes rotating up towards the top side, so the duos will be focusing on an opposite side of the map this time around. Interestingly, though, for Maryville University, since Prototype doesn't exactly have a tower to push down on this top side of the map, maybe just looking to match the duo lane from Robert Morris University. They are going to be taking away this Ocean Drake on the bottom side. They've put down control wards earlier on. They've got the Scuttle Crab control, and they will be taking that for themselves as West Coast Carry very busy with a minion wave on his side of the map.
Yeah, Kennen not having the best wave clear often relies on being able to win matchups to go forward. Mordio up on the top side here, looking at an angle onto Prototype.
Grass will maybe fall away. That's really disappointing there from Evan RL, not knowing the range of that one, not quite extending the tower, and they cannot get the dive off. Mordio dropping almost dead.
And that's what we're talking about, some of the difficulties here, as we see nice flash out by West there to avoid getting knocked back into the waiting arms of a Renekton. But this is what I was saying about the difficulties of playing a Lee Sin versus a competent Janna. You're almost never going to get a clean insect off unless you have that flash to follow. Able to deter that turret dive there pretty easily, and they're able to trade a flash out on the other side of the map.
So Robert Morris University having it back away from this top side of the map. They've pretty much exhausted all the resources they had, utilizing a couple of ultimate abilities on that top side and not really getting anything for it. Whereas the bottom side of the map, Maryville continuing to utilize this split push threat in Saskia. 100 CS compared to 79 of the Kennen. Decent 20 CS advantage here for the Renekton pickup, and Saskia going to continue to be basically one of the star players here for the side of Maryville.
Right, but he has been kind of being run around the map for a little bit here, not able to convert off that early turret first blood gold that he was getting. The more surprising thing to me right now is the Vayne not going for the Blade of the Rune King build, looking like he's going for that IE rush. And this is something that's been debated a lot for between Vayne players, what's the right build to go, especially in different situations. This time around, kind of surprising not to see the Blade of the Rune King, given the fact that in the current meta, it's the strongest first item power spike that you can really get. Vayne uses that extremely well. There's a lot of people who are going to be trying to jump onto you here with the Lee Sin, with the Kennen. Being able to have that to kite out a little bit would be pretty useful. So a little surprising to see the IE, but assuming that you're not going to get jumped on and killed, you will be doing a lot more damage, especially as you grab a couple more items.
Right, as I say, assuming that you have the Janna that's going to be able to peel for you with the Tornado and the Monsoon, you could potentially be safe enough in yourself. And the fact of the matter is, if you look down the line of RMU, they basically don't have a tank. The Maokai you would think would be the tank, but remember, he went for that spell feed set going into the Frostfang, so he's not exactly building for tankiness right off the bat like a Braum or an Alistar would. Maryville University, though, have started up this Rift Herald. We see the Nature's Grass coming out already. The roots have been landing onto Prototype and Saskia. Teleport coming in from West, but he gets denied here by the Gragas first. Janna later, but the spray and praise on the backside from Bucksack. Good shockwave results in a double kill picked up for the Twitch. And Maryville, they thought they could get the Rift Herald, but instead they get killed.
We mentioned that RMU has the better 5v5. Hypothetically, it should be difficult for them to execute, but there, Maryville University getting way too overconfident. They see the teleport engage flub. They think they have the Renekton zoning the backline away from Robert Morris University. and they all group up for a big shockwave. And not only is that a one team fight for RMU, bringing the gold lead back to even, but they also are able to secure the Rift Herald, one of the most important objectives in this early mid-game.
Yeah, so the Rift Herald on their side, a one fight on their side, and this top lane tower is going to take a lot of damage from Bucksack on Twitch. So as you see here, Maryville University, the setup was good. The Nature's Grass comes out early and they even deny the Kennen, but they still forget about the other two abilities.
Right, that's a big thing. They think they're winning this team fight. West caught him out of position. They try and focus him down, but that just puts the ball on him, able to get that three-man shockwave. And once they're all grouped up like that, that's a Twitch's perfect situation, able to send his over every single member and get a bunch of kills.
He was spraying and praying for a setup like that. And he got it. And they were able to pick up multiple kills and then tie the gold up off the back of that one. Now, Maryville University, I mean, they've shown that they've been able to play around the map extremely well, and they've shown that, you know, in these 5v5 fights, they may not necessarily have the best composition to do so, or maybe potentially even the best 5v5 team fighting, but they haven't exactly shown the fact that they have to play from behind in any of these games either. So both of these teams have been known to play a little bit aggressive, a little bit from a lead. Mainly RMU in their quarterfinals had 6,000 gold leads that they were kind of playing around with against Maryland. But this time around, it's Maryville. The question for them is, what is their response going to be? Because if RMU is going to continue to drag them into these 5v5 team fight situations, they just can't stand toe-to-toe yet.
I think I have to give a little bit of credit to West Coast carry there in terms of his itemization as well. Getting the early focus, realizing he can't rush a Blade of the Rune King. He's fallen behind in the game. Won't be bullying the Renekton anytime soon. Actually goes for the Frozen Mallet first, looking for a little bit more team fight utility. And with that kind of flubbed engage, he's left in the middle of the team alone. If he didn't have that extra health pool, maybe he gets bursted down, but he's able to survive long enough for the Ori ball to get on top of him. And now Gillette out of position though against Prototype.
Prototype flashing the command shockwave, styling on Gillette.
And I don't know what Gillette's doing down the bot lane as an Orianna in a side lane. Obviously you want to keep her in the mid lane for the most part, still able to defend that turret. Instead, pushing out there, and that's exactly the kind of target Vayne is hoping to find in the side lane.
So she does. So Papa Chow and Prototype able to pick up a kill now. It's going to give up a little bit of pressure in this middle portion of the map since Gillette is dead, and she's, you know, the Orianna, she's basically part of the wave clear from the side of Robert Morris University. They still do have the Rift Herald available. Mordio's Lee Sin does have that one. And it looks like they may wind up trying to group up and use this one around the mid lane, since Mordio has been hovering around here for quite some time, but it may also just be to dissuade a push coming out from Maryville.
Yeah, I think with the Orianna going down the side lane, Maryville realizes, or excuse me, Robert Morris University realized that they're not going to have an opportunity to use that Rift Herald quite yet. And with the Renekton and the Vayne taking up the side lanes, it is a little bit hard to get enough pressure to really find a good opportunity to use that Rift Herald. We haven't really seen an unsuccessful Rift Herald quite yet, other than that one time, I forget which team it was, with the Sejuani accidentally ulted instead of using the Rift Herald, and then in frustration just threw it down. Other than that one instance, which was even more of a mechanical flub somehow with the Rift Herald, I haven't really seen an instance where people couldn't grab a turret with it.
Well, interestingly enough, the question you posed to me yesterday when they were utilizing the Rift Herald was, what are they going to do next? And it was move mid lane, take down that mid lane tower, get mid lane priority with the Rift Herald, and then rotate over towards the Drake as soon as that spawned. Well, they already have the mid lane down. The top lane is actually the only one that they need to push down, and the Baron has yet to spawn on the map. So because they had that mid lane down already, it looks like they're going to be trying to go for an Elemental Drake that Maryville's just not in the position to contest because they are up on that top side of the map where they have a minion wave pushing. And Mordio is actually going to wind up utilizing this Rift Herald on the bottom side of the map, so they may be looking for a bit of a split situation with the Rift Herald getting one of those last remaining towers on the bottom side.
It was a situation where the buff was starting to time out, Mordio feeling like he needed to drop it as soon as he could. Like you said, it is kind of a situation where he might be able to set up a split push, kind of like a banner-empowered creep, but the big thing is it might not be able to finish that turret off down by itself. It was not a very low turret, given the fact that Vayne was the one winning the lane for the most part. And we talked about, when are we going to see an unsuccessful Rift Herald usage? There you go. That lane assignment mistake by Gillette coming up huge, actually, and potentially stopping them from being able to get a turret.
Well, the only person going down to deal with this one is Twisted Fate, but he does have the gold card to kind of stop the Rift Herald from attacking for quite some time. But as you may know, Rift Herald does not care for champions, only cares for towers, and that may be the first time, as you mentioned, we only see a Rift Herald not even getting a tower taken for it.
And you saw how low it got. You think maybe if they kept someone down there with it, you would have found an opportunity to actually use it. RMU, we talk about their problems in the mid game, springing up once again here. They find the team fight that they need to claw their way back in the game, and they should be set up to actually take the lead, but still behind in gold with the lane assignment mistakes, with the mismanagement of the Rift Herald.
Right, just a couple hundred gold in favor of Maryville, but that's post-fight one for RMU and post-Rift Herald usage. So good job surviving the quote-unquote Rift Herald power play from the side of Maryville University. Plus, they were able to establish a lot of vision on the top side of the map that RMU is not going to be able to transfer just into some Baron pressure. They've had to go up there, spend some time clearing that out as well. So now Maryville University, their sights are set on this last remaining outer tower, which they have in the mid lane, and RMU just keeps dancing around here trying to play the wave clear game against them because they don't want the map opened up.
It does feel like Maryville is finding difficulties in getting to use that TP out of the TF right now. That is one of the big things that was supposed to work for their comp. They had the first one in the top lane work out well, but since then, with that flubbed fight that the TF was even late for, they have not found another chance to really use him. And RMU continues to keep the Twitch in the mid lane. It's surprising to see because usually if a Twitch is in the mid lane, you see him stealth over the wall and try and find a pick as someone looks for wave clear. Especially with the mid turret down, that's a fine thing to look for. But the question is, what else are you giving up in order to try and look for that? Both teams stalling out a little bit here.
Yeah, well, you have your split push AD Kennen, who has a frozen Mal, but has not really gone for his Blade of Rune or anything yet. Actually, Twisted Fate trying to get a pick off here. Does want to get a flash kicked away by Mordio. Nature's Grasp.
I'm
Says
here
hello.
too.
Basically just says hello as it passes through the river, and RMU had to back away from that one. So 2 ultimates burned from RMU and a flash just for the Destiny Gate combination from Twisted Fate.
Nice escape by Mordio there. Not ideal. And here we see Prototype getting jumped on.
Yeah, he just has to wind up going back in on the Bucksack, utilizes the exhaust at the last second. Bucksack's gonna heal himself back up. Evan RL now has to try to flash away. There's no Nature's Grass available. Nobody's gonna wind up falling quite yet, but now Maryville's in a prime position to push down on this mid lane tower.
These are some of the dangers we talk about.
Oh, Saskio comes off the backside, able to slice and dice and chop himself down a tree. Then he's gonna set his sights on the tower with Maryville University. They take that one down.
Yeah, we say Twitch, when he goes for an engage on Vayne, has to play the range game. Barely loses track of Prototype and flashes in. Now, West Coast Curry wants a piece.
Yeah, but he's an AD Kennen, so that ultimate does absolutely no damage. Mordio's gonna wind up falling down for his troubles as well. Gillette has rotated in from the top lane, but Oriana was not there at all to combo him with those ultimates.
And even then, it's not the AP Cannon. Like we said, you find that flash engage trying to start things off. Knocked out of the team fight instantly, and it doesn't even drop that much damage down. Baits the rest of the team into going in. Mordio's going to drop. Didn't even have his ult available, I believe, given that he just used it. Take another look at that one.
And Saskio comes out the backside and just eviscerates Evan RL, which leads to Maryville being able to finally crack this mid lane tower.
And this is one of those situations where you just got to realize you can't actually make a play here without your Lee Sin ult available, 5-man strong, and you're not even grouped up with your support dead. It's just too hard to force around here.
And we saw Gillette coming in just after the Kennen had been knocked out of the team fight, and CKG able to pick up a kill on Mordio, who, like you said, no Dragon's Rage kick available, unable to have the playmaking potential for Lee Sin. That was just him jumping in, just basically to die.
Nice condemn also by Prototype there. Actually the one that knocked West out of the engage. This is what we were saying. It's very difficult to play a lot of these champions that RMU has into the comp of Maryville.
Yeah, Maryville, though, are already coming up with some key item power spikes. The Rod Avengers was completed by Twisted Fate earlier on. It's almost at its maximum stacks. Plus, he's gone back and completed his Lich Bane. Split push threat in Renekton that we just saw chopping down the Maokai tree has a Black Cleaver and Titanic Hydra. And of course, their tanky Gragas has completed his Deadman's Plate on top of Cinderhole. More importantly, Vayne has now Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer compared to the Blades of Rune King and the Rudon's Hurricane of the lane opponent Twitch.
Yeah, that 2-item power spike definitely being in her favor right now. We see Maryville trying to group up around the mid lane here, finish off this turret that they got pretty low in the previous push.
Yep, Destiny Gate combination can be used to rotate for objectives as well as rotate for kills, as now we see CKG helping his team take down their 4th tower of the game, the inner mid lane tower, exposing even more of the map from RMU's side.
Right, up to a 4,000 gold lead now for Maryville. They've slowed the game down a little bit. We talked about both teams stalling out, but if you're Maryville, like we said, generally being the team that makes better decisions in the mid and late game, this is fine for you. You now have an advantage. Infernal Dragon's coming up in just a couple minutes here, or seconds, excuse me. They're gonna secure a little bit of Baron Vision, make sure that they can't get traded on or anything crazy like that before probably moving down to finish that one off.
Yep, we already see Prototype hanging around the mid lane, waiting to push that one out. The rest of the side of Maryville has been moved up to this Baron pit area. As you mentioned, just denying vision, making sure that does not get snuck on them. Meanwhile, the side of RMU, they had a fight, they had a Rift Herald, they were unable to really manage where their lane assignments were, manage their waves properly to really utilize that Rift Herald and wind up eventually kind of sitting a bit of an all-random, all-mid situation in the mid lane for a little bit, which they eventually wind up losing out on. And now we're just kind of seeding map pressure all across the Rift. They lost a tier 2 mid lane tower off of rotation from a Twisted Blade ultimate. And they're going to lose an Infernal Drake right here because of poor vision control on the bottom side of the map.
Right, they had known that the Gragas was up on the top side, probably didn't think that they were going to sneak it. Even if they were going to, they had all that vision control up in the top side. RMU is not exactly sure where Maryville is moving around the map. Have to lose that one out, and now the pressure continues to go up. Maryville can start trying to pressure around that Baron, and with Bane, we mentioned great single target DPSer. She is one of the best for sure, and the rest of the team, not great overall, but it's getting late enough in the game now that she's going to be able to start melting that one down.
Silverboat procs going to be helping out with some percentage of max HP damage to shred through Baron Nashor. Robert Morris University has identified this, though, and they're continuing just to kind of toss and turn and push and pull against this vision control war going on the side of Maryville University. But the fact of the matter is they have their Orianna split pushing down the bottom lane, no teleport available on her. Kennen is the one pushing in the close lane to the objective they're trying to fight over. That Orianna is going to be winding up matching up against Renekton as soon as those waves wind up crashing in the bottom side of the map. So Saskia, who is one of the stronger points on his team, maybe not in this specific game, but at least the stronger point as a champion and as a player in these series so far, are going to be taking it to Gillette's Orianna. You see already Command Shockwave being used, the teleport being channeled by West. That means he's completely across the map from where the Baron is. Saskia gets stunned up. The flash wave from Orianna. Is Gillette going to survive? He will. But on the flip side of the map, they actually caught a prototype. So RMU are winning the uneven fights all across the map. Another kill picked up for Buckzak.
And RMU seemingly out of nowhere pick up 3 kills. Very surprising to see that, and Saskia gets an attempt on the solo kill. RMU catches out the rest of Maryville trying to rotate down. TF was either too far away or felt like that was already a one fight and had gone up to the top lane. Now, with those 5v2, RMU's going to force down on this Baron.
You gotta be a little bit careful though, because the 2 members that are alive are Twisted Fate and the Gragas. Gragas has his smite available. They are picking out as to where Walrus is, and the Destiny has been popped. Just for vision control over on this Baron, down to about 2,500. Can Walrus make the steal? Explosive cast goes out. A flash on the side from the CKG. Walrus goes in, but the Baron DPS says stop. It will eventually go to the side of Robert Morris University. CKG's been able to take out Gillette, but they will get a trade kill down onto Walrus.
Good attempt by Walrus there. He got a look at it, not actually able to finish it off. And with that, RMU gets the Baron, escapes with 4 members. Taking a look at that, Prototype was sitting on top of a ward. The rest of the team was well aware of it. Ults him right into Buckzak, waiting there with the switch, able to finish him off. And then with the Bane down, you don't really have enough damage to contest that at all. And just both teams making mistakes with how they were choosing to play that one out. Obviously, Orianna should not be in the bot lane. You saw her almost die instantly. If TF was in range at all, potentially get that teleport down there. West is forced to teleport in to try and help them. And even from there, Maryville was on the inside track. They could have actually collapsed on that play and potentially cleaned it up, but instead got greedy trying to catch them in the rotation on top of a ward. And they get punished for it pretty hard now with the Baron being on the side of RMU. They're going to need to use this one a little bit better than the Rift Herald.
Yeah, well, we've praised Maryville so far for their ability to move around the map and to take advantages and create space in their macro play. But in that situation where they've committed their only teleport down to the bottom side, you got to kind of think, like, why are they waiting in a brush to try to cut someone off when they could be pushing priority on the top side, when they could be going for the Baron buff themselves? But like you did say, RMU have struggled with utilizing Baron, with utilizing Rift Herald, with creating advantages for themselves when the gold count is at a deficit for them. So now with 2 minutes left on this Baron, what can they get is the biggest question. Right now it's going to be an engage on the top side. West has to pop his own ultimate right here. He's already used the flash, and there's 3 members from Maryville chasing after him. Destiny Gate's going to be popped on top of this one, so they are going to be able to pick up a kill onto West. But Twitch and the rest of the squad from RMU are pushing down in the mid lane, and they can take a tier 2 tower, make it 2 towers as the bottom lane tower falls as well.
Gillette getting a little bit of Saskia syndrome right now, pushing down the bot lane by himself all the time. Will get a wave escorted to get the rest of RMU to meet up with it right after they finish off that mid lane tier 2, trying to work on their 3rd turret of this Baron buff, only losing West Coast carry as a result.
Yeah, so we asked, hey, can they wind up utilizing this Baron buff? 2 towers, maybe 3, as this one's going down extremely low. It will wind up following, so 3 towers for a Baron buff is not a bad deal for Robert Morris University, and they find themselves now at a 1,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, that 4,000 gold deficit disappearing in the blink of an eye. CKG continuing to split the map a little bit here after getting that pick-off attempt, stays up on the top side. He himself is also working on a tier 2 turret, going to be able to grab this one.
So a turret has been answered by the side of Maryville University. RMU have tied the turrets up at 5 apiece in this game. Gold was a little bit ahead for RMU, but after that tower falling in the top has gone to about even. So RMU definitely using this Baron as damage control, as well as to put a bit more damage and push Maryville back onto their side of the map. At this point in time, RMU definitely have some strong players they can play around. You mentioned that Gillette having a bit of Saskia syndrome, going on the split push Orianna kind of style. Leandry's Torment, Morello Namakan, Luden's Echo have been picked up for her, so she's feeling extremely strong. And the Twitch, 4-1-3. Bucksack once again kind of being a rock for his team in this game.
Ending up building relatively defensive though, already has the GA as well as grabbing the QSS. He will hurt his ability to build more items after this. You see the only open item slot for him is a Doran Shield. So obviously you can turn that into a BF Sword before turning into a Mercurial Scimitar. Not the end of the world, but compared to the Vayne, who's going to keep building offensive items here, might be doing a little bit less in team fights if he's not able to find multiple targets with that Spray and Pray.
And that might just be another symptom of the draft phase that Maryville has kind of crafted together. They banned away all the supports, forced them onto the Maokai pick. So there's all those protection and shielding and healing supports, save for the John that they took themselves, were completely removed. They took the Gragas, who's really good at picking carries out of position by utilizing that explosive cask and repositioning people who are trying to dive on theirs. And even the Orianna is on the side of Robert Morris University, but she's oftentimes not grouped up with the team.
Robert Morris University grabs their first Infernal Drake of the game, tying up the dragons completely, both with one Ocean, both with one Infernal.
Symmetry.
Making a Steam Dragon or something. On
Steam
the
Dragon?
other hand, yeah. On the other hand, I gotta say, I don't necessarily like the idea of Maryville there basically sacking that dragon and going up to the top side there. They're trying to make a cheeky, sneaky play to trade out, but you can still hopefully fight them 5v5. They aren't substantially stronger than you, and like we were saying, Maryville's comp is still good at actually kind of fighting these 5v5. So while it's getting scary with how fed the carries are getting, your Vayne is still relatively strong. You see only 500 gold behind, plenty of damage available there, on top of the fact that she just does a ton of damage naturally. TF not nearly the team fighter that Orianna is, worth noting there, but you have a stronger front line with the Renekton and the Gragas, as well as having better disengage. So a little surprising to see Maryville give up such an important dragon for free.
Well, Maryville, you also kind of have to think that Nature's Grasp actually coming out here from the side of Robert Morris University, but there's no real follow-up right there. You see Saskia on the bottom side of the map. It's already grouped up with a minion wave, so the rest of Maryville University are going to be moving down towards here. So Nature's Grasp is gone. They're not going to wind up going for an engage here. A tower just pretty much falls for Maryville, just running Robert Morris around the map.
Yeah, good map movement there. Go into the mid lane, force some defensive spell usage out of RMU, and then move back to that bot side, meet up with the minion wave, take that turret down, snatch the goal lead back from themselves. A little bit of a seesaw game here. A lot of playmaking tools available as well, so expect this game to blow open out of nowhere.
Ooh, Bucksack getting the Blade of the Rune King slow, but it's not enough to cancel that last half second of invulnerability on the recall coming out from Walrus. And you mentioned there's a decent amount of playmaking ability in this game, specifically on the side of RMU. How much of a playmaking factor is Leandry's Torment support Maokai?
Right, that's what I was saying when I saw the Nature's Grasp land onto a prototype there. We saw a little bit of a burn. Not sure that's the best usage of your gold as support Maokai. I have to admit, I haven't seen a ton of it.
Not
the expert, but given that you only have 1 or 2 spells, prototype, nice flash.
Ooh, good flash to dodge out on that command shockwave. That's going to be a key summoner spell burn from Vayne.
And you got to give props to prototype, often playing these small skirmish situations well in terms of mechanics. Previously almost got blown up by Twitch before turning it around. This time flashing out that shockwave. The problem is usually more with his positioning or decision making, but top tier mechanics.
Well, he's going to need to rely on those a bit more now, as his flash is going to be down for the next couple of minutes, and the command shockwave already halfway off of cooldown. Robert Morris University have been able to succeed when they wind up getting into these 5v5 team fight situations, but Maryville's continuing to spread them thin across the map. But you kind of have to ask yourself, if you are Maryville, you do have the later game scaling Vayne. You do have the Jonathan Protector, and Twisted Fate even can be basically like a one-shot monster by popping a gold or blue card on somebody once he's built up a lot of ability power. But your Renekton is eventually going to start falling off. Like AD Kennen coming online now with the Blade of the Rune King, Frozen Mallet, now building towards a completed Zeal item, most likely going to be going for a Rune on Hurricane in that instance, is going to start pushing waves more effectively than Renekton, is going to be able to bully around that Renekton. Renekton's going to have to group up, and when you get into that situation, you're walking into what RMU wants to do.
Right, and I think for the most part, the Renekton's still far enough ahead, should have pressure over the Kennen for now, especially when you factor in the global of the TF being able to potentially join in if you start pushing up too far. That is the concern a little bit for the Kennen, so you see him a little bit more content to just sit back for now. The Vayne Twitch, who scales better debate is one that's a pretty old question. For the most part, it seems like, as we mentioned,
Yep. Ask and you shall receive. Marcus Kennen actually barely going to get out of that when the slicing Maelstrom and the flash being blown right there. Redemption trying to use to snipe out the Kennen. Not going to wind up landing, but good attempt there, Papa Chow. Buxac actually has to pop the spray and pray to clear it on the bottom side, whereas the middle side is being threatened now. Nature's Grasp is slowly going to rock people up. Leads him with a good kick in the backside. There's a command shockwave as well. Prototype, though, is going to be dashing forward from that one. He's tumbling in, picks up a kill on Evan RL. Now he's turned his sights in on the Gillette, but he's going to wind up falling. On the backside, Walrus is getting locked up by West, who's teleported back into the fight, but Twisted Fate is split pushing on the bot side, and Sasuke is cutting off the reinforcements. He takes down Lee Sin.
a bit of a scrappy fight there out of MU. Not quite done yet. Walrus tries to find Gillette, gets the flash away. Now on the wrong side of the map, running away from his base, trying to get away from the Renekton.
Well, he's got West to back him up ever so slightly, and it looks like that Maryville University are content to run back towards their base rather than try to give chase here.
And that was, like I was saying, a bit of a scrappy fight. The engage by Lee Sin, like we said, even against the flashless Vayne, still not able to convert it. A good ultimate out of Papa Chow there to protect Prototype. And then you saw that Saskio and CKG were focused a little bit more on finishing down that bot turret. And it makes it hard to win this situation as a 4v3. Prototype still actually does get kicked in there, but another defensive ultimate out of Walrus knocks out the follow-up, stopping Prototype from getting killed here. Vayne, difficult to play into the Maokai a little bit, gets rooted up. Can't actually win this fight. No support coming in from the rest of his team. Jenna had gotten low from that shockwave, had to run away. Similar situation with Walrus. And it looked like a fight where if Maryville realized that they could have won it and CKG and Saskio made their way over earlier on, they might have been able to actually start cleaning up even harder there.
Yeah, well, RMU looks to be just establishing vision control, but have already started up on Baron here. A bit of an attempt to get some much-needed map pressure back on their side of the rift. Nature's Grass actually coming out to teleport as well. Dragon's supposed to cast, will not knock Lee Sin away in time. The Baron does go over to RMU, who are able to sneak this one for themselves. Now Walrus has gone down, so that's one of the big beefy frontliners down for Maryville, and a free Baron for RMU.
Huge mistake out of Maryville there. It was actually Mordio, the jungler, dead. The team is able to go back, and with our Maryville being very loose with their reset, able to sneak the Baron down. Usually when one team wins a team fight and the other one doesn't have their jungler available, you see them start pressuring on that Baron.
Oh, this is scary. There's no smite available. Mordio might be looking for a steal, but he's forced away by Prototype, so Elder Dragon will be traded for Baron here from the side of Maryville. But can they get away? They blocked on the Prototype, and Papa Chow monsoons backwards, but Prototype's still there, and he goes down.
Finally able to find Prototype early on in one of these fights, pick him off, stop him from being able to run wild in the team fight with that Elder Dragon burn thrown on top of him. A nice consolation prize, so to say, given the fact they lost the Baron for free. Trading the Vayne for an Elder Dragon is not the worst trade in the world. Makes it a little risky for RMU to push up with this Baron buff now. The fact that you might have to get engaged on and risk taking a team fight against an Elder Dragon team.
Definitely going to be a little bit risky here. Still only 2 stacks of Elemental Drake and 1 Elder Dragon, but RMU have Baron buff minions on their side. And we'll see if they're able to crack an inhibitor tower here from the side of Maryville University. They still have an outer tower on the top side if they so choose to want to go for that, but the minion wave seems to be on their side of the map instead of their opponents. Nature's Grasp can be used just to zone people away from the tower, so it seems. And they're taking a lot of damage here. Saskio actually is the one going in as well. Now it looks like Maryville may be trying to go for a fight. Explosive cast had been used already, and the disengage comes out from RMU.
CKG has his ultimate available. They're trying to keep vision of the team, deciding if they actually want to try and force down here. Maybe just chase them all the way up to the base. Prototype had just respawned. I like the idea out of the Maokai ultimate. It's kind of like a Rumble ult in the sense that you kind of just blow this, force them away from the turret. As we find Mordio caught out a little bit here by CKG's ult.
CKG able to go in on the Mordio. The Redemption came out as well. The Ignite has been dropped, and Mordio is going to wind up falling as well. So Maryville on the chase. They're able to pick up one.
Critical mistake out of RMU there. When you're against the TF retreating, you cannot afford to split up.
And meanwhile, West Coast Carry and Sasuke are going to get into a duel on the left side of the screen here. Command Shockwave winds up rooting back in Prototype. He flashes forward, wants to pick up a kill onto Gillette, but he winds up going down as Bucksack sprays and prays in the back line. The Kennen ultimate doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it locks everybody up. Maokai's able to pick up Twisted Fate, but he will kill Orianna, but more importantly, Twitch is still alive. A double kill has been picked up for West, and Papa Chow, the only remaining member of Maryville, has to run away.
Burn. Papa Chow wins the 1v1 versus West Coast Carry. Just barely enough damage on that burn to finish off the Kennen. And a big mistake out of Prototype there. We're talking about going over aggressive. Sure, you're flashing in to try and finish off Gillette, but there's still another huge late game threat available in the Twitch. Doesn't even get Gillette with that initial attempt. And they flubbed this 4v5 when they could have just played the objective game and actually tried to get this inhibitor.
Yeah, and we saw Maryville off on the side here. West Coast Carry and Sasuke are kind of dueling against one another. And after the Command Shockwave kind of gets easier, there's even no tower right here, so they can just take this one fairly slow. The Command Shockwave is used, and we see Prototype flashing in. So many shields on top of Orianna keep her alive.
And there you see West Coast Carry. We talk about the AD Kennen not being quite as effective, but still able to get a huge stun there, buying time for Bucksack to keep free firing. And then Papa Chow, the last one alive, gets that W. Starts running away. West, nothing to do. Nothing to auto attack to lifesteal off of. Goes down to the burn.
That's got to feel pretty bad right there. We also saw Maokai dying to the burn. I believe it was from Sasuke's Renekton that was applied. So 2 kills picked up for the Elder Dragon burn. But neither team getting a whole lot off of the fact that they took those 2 objectives. Gold count's still relatively even. 41 minutes into the game, you know, the 1,500 gold that Maryville University has isn't necessarily as effective. The towers are really going to be what's more important right now, as the open inhibitor is on the bottom side of the map for the side of Robert Morris University. And now we have later game item spikes coming in. Characters who are strong in the early game, like this Renekton, are going to start to fall off at this point in the game. And we've seen him in that fight pretty much be a zoning tool and a bit of a frontline tool, and not the damage that he was in the early stages of the game.
Surprised to see the Twitch not finish that QSS into a Mercurial Scimitar, actually turned into an IE, wanting to make sure that they're strong enough to win these team fights. Now RMU using that Maokai ultimate as a zoning tool once again, so that they can walk up and secure this turret. And without the extra burn from the Elder Dragon, not nearly as threatening, because you don't need to worry about a Janet Q or a Gragas Q suddenly dealing 600 damage because of the burn.
Meanwhile, Twisted Fate, CKG from the side of Maryville University is split pushing away on the top side of the map, so RMU are going to back up as a group, wait for a minion wave, and then continue to pressure down onto this now exposed mid lane inhibitor. We still have the Twisted Fate split push going on. The Destiny has been used. The gate's actually going to be used to go across the map onto the inhibitor, so a bit of a backdoor attempt. We see a back going in from the side of Robert Morris University, but Maryville University, they're on the charge. They're trying to stop the backs here. Twisted Fate was able to get the inhibitor on the bottom side. Now they see the disengage. The Monsoon is used early, and Ken is going to go in. Command Shockwave winds up landing, and RMU are looking for the fight. Prototype is down, but they've also lost West Coast Carry, but they're still got a Twitch as Bucksack picks up a kill onto Gragas. RMU, they're charging into the base.
Once again, Prototype caught out of position. RMU was backing out. They were actually seeding the bottom inhibitor. They weren't going to trade. They got way too aggressive. But now CKG went back, got that
He's
minion,
still trying to push, but now Orianna has returned to the base, so there's someone to defend there with Maryville University. It's a 2v3 situation. Twisted Fate's got one Nexus tower down, but RMU are trying to fight away Maryville to get one of their own, but they cannot succeed. There's no minions available, but CKG goes down. Gillette's able to save the base.
He loses the duel. And now, 10 seconds before Prototype comes available, can they actually end this?
Nature's Grass is out to zone away. The Janna shield will keep the towers held at bay for a little while, but they are going to start to fall. RMU need to focus down on these objectives, and they need to try to kill the Nexus. Orianna is still back towards their side of the base. They're able to take down both towers, but they lose the Twitch, and Prototype is alive. Mordio has to turn tail and run over the wall, but they're chasing down onto Evan RL. A tumble forward and 2 auto attacks. 3, 4. Prototype gets a kill.
Prototype gets a nice cleanup kill. What can they do now? They have 45 seconds on Bucksack, another 45 on Evan RL. And CKG will be respawning with his ultimate soon. He can probably join up with this push.
And the Baron's going to be available in just a couple of seconds. See Sasco using his teleport on the top side. West Coast carry at some point in that fray wound up using a teleport of his own, so that's not available for the side of RMU. We've had a bit of chaos in the last couple of minutes, Mark, and it doesn't look like it's going to let up anytime soon.
No, sir. They're going to keep this push up. Now about 20 seconds before the other bot lane of RMU becomes available. Or Shockwave whiffs.
Shockwave whiffs entirely. Prototype maybe taking a little bit of damage. That's about it. They're going to be cracking open the base on all sides from the side of RMU. Maryville University say, you may have pushed down onto our Nexus, but now it's our turn. 2 inhibitors down on the bottom side of the map, and the top one barely hanging on.
Nice decision to not get too greedy there. If they stay around that third inhibitor, it's nice if you're able to get it, but you're exposing yourself to a potential team fight in RMU's base when you already have such a big advantage in map pressure. Now they're focusing down on this Baron, trying to rush it down with the Twitch showing in the bot lane, dealing with the super creeps. They know that they can't lose this team fight.
And you see the single target damage of Vayne and Twisted Fate just ripping through Baron, so now they have a 6th man on their side in the Baron buff minions.
Maryville University in a lot of trouble at points here. Here's that duel between Gillette and CKG. Nice instant cleanse. And then you see the damage available on the Orianna. Close fight. He used this. The first one was actually a QSS. The second one was the cleanse, I believe. Either way, very surprising if you are that TF. You think that you are flashing in, finishing him off there, and that you outplayed him. Instead, he has an extra ability to dodge the second round of wild cards. And the Orianna, even without that ultimate, able to win that fight.
Yeah, so Orianna crucially saving the game as CKG's Twisted Fate split push did not warrant more than just one Nexus tower. But now this game is very, very dangerous. The next fight is basically the one that decides absolutely everything, since there's no Nexus towers on one side and 2 inhibitors down on the other.
All right, the chance that this is about to get interrupted, I want to go on a small rant about the mistake that RMU made there. They tried to defend the TF push when he went for that inhibitor, but he had no creep wave, and the open inhib in the mid lane was very easy to take. They could have committed to a 4v5 and tried forcing to end the game. Instead, they send one back, the base is already being attacked, and then the only reason that almost ended up okay for RMU was the fact that Maryville got way too aggressive in chasing them out of their base. And then RMU gets too aggressive trying to end the game. Twitch tanking the turret, gets stunned up by their neck and then killed.
I would have to say that there's a bit of problem with aggression between both of these teams here.
Yeah, both of them seem to like to fight.
Well, RMU and Maryville University may be looking to see whoever wins this next fight will be the victors of the game. Baron buff super minions in 2 lanes are going to be extremely difficult to deal with, and Gillette's Orianna will not be the best wave clear for those. However, West and Bucksack may be able to. Bucksack stealthing up, trying to defend against this inhibitor, finds himself Sasco. The inhibitor's taken down low, but it will not fall. Mordio kicks Sasco back in. That's a big beefy tank though, and he slices and dices and rips through Bucksack. Redemption comes out, and the Nature's Grasp is going to lock people up, but Gillette and Evan Oriel are not in the fight because they got to defend their Nexus tower against these minions. Maryville University waits for one more push, goes for the inhibitor, trying to get some kills down. Prototype flashes back out, and Mordio's going to get his Guardian Angel popped. West got his popped as well, and he will die. Evan Oriel gets pulled back in, and he goes down. Mordio tries to hop, skip, and jump his way out of this one, will barely survive. There are low HP bars, but there's about to be no Nexus towers for RMU. Gillette's actually going to pick up a kill on Walrus, so that's one of the tanky members down, but Twisted Fate's on the bottom side. He's going for the Nexus. Mordio tries to pick up the kill. Gillette gets one on Renekton, but the Nexus is so low. Can they defend it?
Prototype's
Shot going in. He flashes in, and Prototype gets the last hit. Game 2 goes to Maryville.
A nice engage by Bucksack, trying to pick off the Renekton before they lose all 3 inhibitors. It's the right idea, but they're not actually able to find the pick. And then with the Twitch ultimate down, their team fighting potential drops significantly. And with the extra map advantage, Maryville uses those super creeps and Baron buff to barely finish that game out.
Whew, that was quite the back and forth in the last couple of minutes of that matchup there. That was a crazy
Gotta
situation.
straighten myself out.
Yeah, I mean, we're just a little bit in tizzy here. That's a bit all, but that was crazy at the end of that game. Just the back and forth between these 2 teams, and the fact that you pointed out mistakes that both of them made in that situation when they were trading for these Nexus towers for these inhibitors, and what led to Maryville being able to set up that last kind of doom push.
I mean, it was a situation where they were making a lot of macro mistakes over the course of the whole game. We're pointing out those lane assignments between Gillette earlier on, maybe. Instead of collapsing and hiding in a brush out of Maryville, they should have just gone to that Baron or finished rotating down and cutting off that 2v1. There are a lot of situations that cropped up over the course of this game that led to this insane last push that came in for Maryville.
Yeah, it was definitely a messy game at the end, but in the early stages of the game, there were definitely some good things from both sides. Maryville continued to show a bit of their dominance by moving around the map extremely early on, and RMU continued to struggle at a point they were originally strong at, which was their lane phase dominance. But RMU showed that they could come back. They took the Rift Herald. They were able to move on the map a little bit. They weren't able to execute on those kinds of things, but they hung in there with the gold leads and did not let Maryville get as nearly as far ahead as they did in game one.
And I think that's the problem here is that while RMU shows that they're close, they can hang in a lot of these games, they're not actually able to turn a lot of those advantages back in their favor. Whenever they find one, they often let it slip through their fingers. We talk about that mistake, sending back the Oriana. It works out okay because he wins the duel. It's not that bad. And they're able to win that fight on the other side of the map as well and take the inhibitor. But then they get greedy. They're not fine just taking that inhibitor. They want more.
All right, well, we got to take a bit of a breather here at the caster desk. So now let's check in with the analysts and see what they make of that Maryville win.
Thank you very much, Tom. What a crazy game we got to see in game number 2. Now, I know you guys, again, were looking at the team compositions this time around. You had a couple elements there that you weren't super fond of. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, we really liked the Twisted Fate that came out, but I really disliked the Kennen. And when they had Shen locked in before the remake of the draft, I actually thought Shen would be better because you could have something that actually puts pressure on the bottom lane so the Vayne can't keep making plays. And then you also have something to answer the Twisted Fate. So it's not just the TF keeps showing up bottom or in a side lane. And Kennen, like, versus TF really isn't that great.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the TF came out, I was thinking there's no way he can even push like any part of that game. And he wants to be able to punish the Renekton, he wants to be able to push him in, chip away at turret damage, and later in the game he wants to be able to 1v1 Renekton. But against Twisted Fate, you're never going to be able to do that. So you kind of want someone who can damage control, like Zyrene said. Shen would have been perfect there. Or just like a top lane tank.
Yeah.
And we actually have a replay queued up right now, the 6-minute play made by the TF ult to find a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, this is exactly what you should be looking for. Put that Kennen split pusher behind, puts even more time between the time that he actually gets to bully Renekton, and then he constantly loses the matchup, and then you have pressure on the top side of the map, which means you get to make some more plays instead of having to, really worry about that Kennen split pusher.
And once again, a common theme is both games, Walrus was on the correct side of the map. He was on the map, he split it, and their bot lane was playing safe this game, and he was able to make the play top. And I think that Maryville has the early game figured out a lot better, and they know which side of the map to pressure.
Now, despite having the early game figured out a little bit better, despite having the Twisted Fate and that pick potential, we still saw RMU bounce back with some fierce team fight outcomes like the replay we've got right now, a 14-minute RMU 3-for-0 at the Rift Herald.
Yeah, so they don't even have to fight this. Their win condition right now is to split with Renekton, but you can see the team fight power. Twitch opens up with a huge Oriana ulti right here, and there's no way you can fight this. They're just so strong, and you just have TF and Vayne who do a lot of single target damage, but this AoE is just way too much. And you can see the team fight power, and later in the game too, you can just keep seeing it happen. Maryville has to play the split push game.
Yeah, it's like, why are you team fighting when you have Twisted Fate and Renekton against an Oriana Twitch and you have an advantage? I understand they want the Rift Herald, but you can really just create 3 different sections of the map, and one of those is unanswerable because it's one that can't have a teleport in that lane, right? Because you're not up against a double TP comp.
And this seemed to be a problem that repeated itself more than once for Maryville University. We have another replay, another 3-for-0. Kennen TPs to bot lane and turn some things around.
I do think this is right, though, from the Renekton to go on the Oriana, but I don't think the follow-up is correct because now there's 2 people bottom. You should be having the rest of your team the Renekton, the Maryville side, you should go to the Baron. You shouldn't really be hanging out in this side bush here. You should be going towards the Baron because you know you'll have a 4v3, no teleport, no Oriana. I think that's a great time to take a fight or start one with Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and they also have options. As soon as you see the Oriana bottom, the Renekton can just scream out to his team, like, Oriana's bottom, we can go for a play. Hey, he can even just back up and just teleport to around Baron and either start Baron or just do a team fight and then teleport flank behind. They have a lot of options, and they ended up getting punished for it. They collapsed, got caught, and
gave up Baron there too.
Yeah.
So that ended up meaning, all right, now we can't split push against this team that's grouped up as 5, pushing down our inhibs and trying to get these turrets. So it ended up being something that could have been disastrous for Maryville, but they ultimately got the win off of having a few team fights that really shouldn't go their way, and I think that Prototype deserves some credit because he was there was some Vayne spotting moments, right? It's like, I don't know what the score would be. It's probably up there in the 20s, but he definitely had ones where he would like roll forward, get kills, but sometimes roll forward into the Oriana and just get completely burst.
Well, despite the shortcomings that they may have had at different points in the game, Maryville University did manage to find their second win in the series. That takes them up 2-0 over Robert Morris University. One more, and they are going to be walking away with the victory. We're going to step away, but stay tuned for more of this series between Maryville and RMU. You're watching the League of Legends College Championship.
He flashes forward and roots before the rest of the roots actually land, but it locks up everybody from Maryville under the tower. But Sasuke's coming from the backside. Walrus is already been able to take down Bucksack, and they can't finish off Prototype. Janna later, but the spraying phrase on the backside from Bucksack. Good shockwave results in a double kill picked up for the Twitch. And Maryville, they thought they could get the Rift Herald, but instead they get killed.
These are some of the dangers we talk about.
Oh, Sasuke comes off the backside, able to slice and dice and chop himself down a tree. Sasuke gets stunned up. The flash wave from Oriana, is Gillette going to survive? He will. But on the flip side of the map, they actually cut out Prototype. So RMU are winning the uneven fights all across the map. Bucksack sprays and prays in the backline. The Kennen ultimate doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it locks everybody up. Maokai's able to pick up Twisted Fate, but he will kill Oriana. But more importantly, Twitch is still alive. Prototype flashes back out. Mordio's going to get his Guardian Angel pop. West got his popped as well, and he will die. Heaven RL gets pulled back in, and he goes down. Mordio tries to hop, skip, and jump his way out of this one, will barely survive. Game 2 goes to Maryville. Welcome back, everyone. We're heading to Game 3 of RMU versus Maryville. Maryville You
A lot
see,
of fans.
With a lot of fans, a lot of support, especially from their parents. They're going to be on the red side this time around in game number 3. And Maryville, 2-0 lead. This could be match point for them.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is when you look at what exactly has been working right for RMU, I think the best thing for them is when Maryville is the one making mistakes. We see the over-aggression in the first game in the laning phase that really opened them up to be able to make some advantages on the bot side. Game 2, once again, Maryville looking pretty good overall, but then they start getting a little over-aggressive around a Rift Herald, start devoting their resources not quite right around the map, and give up some objectives back. But for the most part, it was kind of keyed off these mistakes coming from Maryville.
Yeah, and the Twisted Fate pickup was something we thought Maryville would be using quite effectively. And while they did for the first couple of minutes of the game, eventually it became like a backdoor tool. And the Twisted Fate with his lane assignments on the map was a little bit mispositioned. RMU also had a bit of their own kind of wonky lane assignments too, with the Orianna kind of matching the Renekton in the split push, which we were a little confused about.
Yeah, definitely confused about that one. As much as we say the TF seemingly fell off a little bit in the mid game in terms of what it was supposed to be doing, it did put a lot of pressure on RMU in terms of having to make good decisions, and I think you can say that they failed to make those good decisions. So whether or not the pick itself is being 100% used properly, they're still able to get advantages with it.
Well, we'll wind up and see if Robert Morris University can make any sort of adjustments to get them back into this series. Of course, with 2 games 2-0 already in Maryville's favor, this best of 5, that means that Robert Morris University are going to have to win 3 consecutive games to reverse sweep this match if they want to win and advance to the finals.
League of Legends, no stranger to reverse sweeps.
That's true.
A lot of people have been through them. I've been through them. They're not fun. But it looks like both teams are going to stick with the shielding bans. I'm a little bit surprised that RMU could have potentially tried to change things up completely, leave up that Ivern, and then force, if Maryville really wants to ban all 3 Ivern, Lulu, Karma, that's fine. And they can finally make me get their hands on this Kassadin, which has been banned out the entire series.
Yeah, well, so far, the Kassadin continually being banned out. The Lulu, the Orianna, the Ivern, the Karma has been a very go-to ban, as well as either the Kennen, which had been banned away by Maryville against Robert Morris University, was unsuccessful in that last game. It looks like they're actually going to start attacking the jungle pool now. The Gragas ban coming in against Walrus.
Good to see that adaptation out of RMU, recognizing that Walrus was making some good plays early on and was probably one of the most stable members of that team, always understanding what his role was in team fights. Maryville responds with the Galio ban, which means the Caitlyn first pick is up, but also the Karma. So they're prioritizing that Caitlyn pick over that.
And the insta-lock of the Caitlyn, too, coming out from RMU. Buckzak was a monster on that one, being 7-0 at one point, eventually ending the game 9-1-3 before being the last death 9-2-3. So it was definitely a comfort pick for him, something he excelled on in that game 1. But how is it going to go against a Karma? And now that they have a shield from their support, they're going to be picking up the Nunu in the jungle, too, with the Ivern band away.
Well, you see the makings of a Protect the AD carry comp coming together already. And they have the pick of the litter right now. The Twitch is still available. You can maybe see the Kog'Maw, another common one.
This is prototype. We're going to see a Vayne, a Jinx, or a Tristan.
That was what I was going to say, is even if you want to get out of the meta ones that most people are playing, yeah, there's still plenty available. And obviously, Prototype is not bound by the meta.
Nah, he kind of does as he pleases. There's a Sona being picked up by the side of Robert Morris University. That was banned away by Maryville in game number 2 during that second round of the ban phase where they were extremely pinching down upon the support pool, which resulted in the support Maokai. This time around, the Sona, a sustained support, a lot of harassment in that lane to be compiled on with the Caitlyn in her lane dominant phase. Also pretty good against the Karma pickup as well.
Not bad overall. Still a little squishy, and that's the big concern now against the Nunu. I think that's actually the bigger thing here, is that you already see a jungler who's not aggressive in terms of his ganking patterns early on, which means you can take that extremely squishy, immobile Sona and not need to worry as much. There you see the Jinx, like you mentioned already. And already, like a little bit more what I'm seeing out of RMU. Maryville kind of sticking with a little bit of their bread and butter. We were wondering what else Walrus was going to play this series. Still kind of on a tanky champion overall. Going to be playing that frontliner that kind of unlocks Saskio's champ pool to be the more aggressive type. And we've seen that that works out very well for them.
And we'll see what Saskio is actually going to wind up being able to get this time around. The second ban phase is underway. This is usually where these two teams have been very heavily targeting those carry top laners. Kennen being banned away by the side of Maryville. We saw Fiora and Gnar bans being thrown out in game number 1. The Fiora is a ban that sticks around here. Maryville specifically banned the Gnar against West Coast carry and then took the Kled away from his champion pool in game 1. We'll see if they do something very similar here.
Yeah, a lot of those top lane bans returning. Like we mentioned last game, some of those support ones. I feel like it's a little unfair to say it forced that Maokai pick because there was still Tom Kent,
yeah,
pretty common
or
laner
Braum
with Twitch, or Braum, like you said. So Now, though, we're back to those top lane bans. Maryville prime for that Kled pick, and they lock it in.
Now, this seems very, very similar to Maryville's draft in game number 1, only now they have a Karma instead of a Janna, so a Karma that Janna that does damage, and a Nunu instead of a Gragas, so a Gragas who doesn't deal damage in their composition. But very, very similar things going for them. RMU, however, have changed things up a little bit. They do have the Olaf on their side again, just like they did in game number 1, but a Talia is going to be the blind blocking for the mid lane pick here from Robert Morris University.
Trying to get some map pressure back. They've kind of been behind Maryville a lot of times in terms of globals that they can use and their map movements. They did have the Shen in game 1, but it got kind of shut down instantly early on. Now, Talia, a stronger laner, actually pretty hard to shut down, especially like we mentioned with that new pick. So you can expect now, here comes the Shen as well. They want to go full global mode. And they got at least 2 of them.
Yeah, they got a Shen, they got a Talia. They have people that can combo in by going in with the Olaf. They can cut off people's escapes. And a Vladimir coming in for the side of Maryville now. So that's going to be very, very similar composition for game number 1 for Maryville. Only instead of going against the Cassiopeia in the mid lane, it's going to be going up against the Talia. So different Shurima champion.
Different Shurima champion indeed. Now, what I'm a little concerned about if I'm on the side of Maryville is the fact that Walrus doesn't really have that playmaking like we mentioned. He was kind of the big factor in the early game that kicked off a lot of what was going right for Maryville. We saw he got the early 2-for-0 on the top side in game 1. Game 2, he answers the mid lane kill and then gets his own up on the top side comboing with the teleport from the TF again. So this time around, Nunu not quite that champion that can really do much in the early game to influence these lanes, and they don't have pressure in a lot of lanes. Bot lane, once again, you think is going to go in favor of Caitlyn. Mid lane, Talia will have the push advantage on the Vladimir. In the top side, Kled versus Shen. For the most part, Kled does have that pressure to push in, but he doesn't actually dominate the lane in terms of just trading. And it usually relies on gank setup out of your jungler, and that's what makes Kled so good. But once again, it's a Nunu. You can pull him back in, he's going to get snowballed, but then what's to stop his taunt from getting out? You don't really have any more of that CC.
Nah, there's not a lot of crowd control or a lot of kill potential coming out from the Nunu jungle assist. And that was one of the sides that Maryville University was able to really catapult in their advantage in game number 1 with the Kled pickup and really set Sasuke up for success. But in game number 3 here, they are looking at match point and they're being a little bit more all in on the protected Jinx style. They have the supportive jungler. They have a support shielding Karma on the bottom side. But Robert Morris University, they're looking to make this game number 1 of their comeback. They still got a very long way to go for a full 5-game series. Game number 3 between these 2 Northern Conference teams starts right now.
Got to avoid these kind of mistakes that happen in the early game where they fall behind. They are mostly able to claw their way back, punishing some of Maryville's, but now that they have so much proactivity in their team comp, you want to see them start making these kind of team plays at 6 that Maryville has been the one making so far over the course of the series. You want to see Talia get level 6, Shen get level 6, Olaf go down to the bot lane where you should have priority and make a nice big 5-man dive and really punish the Jinx pick, which for the most part, Prototype has been getting fine out of lane when he's not the one going over aggressive. If Prototype chooses to farm out, more often than not, he actually does fine in lane.
Yep. Just that his aggressive tendencies have kind of been the bane of his existence in this bottom lane matchup so far. And we'll see if he's able to kind of rein them in, specifically if Sasuke is able to get one of those advantages on the top side of the map again. Because if the side of Maryville gets those solo laners rolling and all Prototype has to do is scale up on the Jinx, we saw that be used quite effectively in their quarterfinals matchup in that third and final game where they were actually able to go even in lane, sit back, and then eventually become a menace in team fights. Then he could flash forward.
Right, and I think that's the big thing is RMU definitely wants to shut the Jinx down before it gets to that point because while they do have tools for getting onto that Jinx with the Olaf being able to charge straight through with the Ragnarok, having the Shen ult on top of him, as well as the Talia wall potentially cutting off the escape of Jinx. If that engage ever doesn't go well or the Jinx is just relatively strong, you have a lot of shielding and speed up and zone control to really stop you from killing her. And if the Jinx is able to deal with the Olaf and deal with the Shen, starts getting resets throughout the fight, you can see things turn sour pretty quick for RMU.
So bottom lane focus, maybe the way that RMU wants to look at things here. So you have an RL actually starting with the heal from Sona rather than the harassment choice of picking up the Q. But continued trades going down this bottom side here. Just want to be sustained as Bucksack is the one just taking pot shots away at Prototypes. Even though Prototype doesn't want to get aggressive, Bucksack is not letting him get away with this one all too easily. You see continuous trades back and forth, and now that's why Evan has picked up the sustain skill at level 1, it seems.
Yeah, very surprising to see the W first out of Sono. For the most part, you see the Q, you get some aggressive trades. Combos well with Caitlyn, of course, with that range advantage, usually able to weave in those auto attacks and make use of it. Looked like some mistrading out of Maryville. Cost him a little bit. You get to see a lot of harass. Prototype going completely in on Bucksack, forces the flash out.
Yeah, so that's going to be level 2 being hit by the side of Maryville a little bit earlier on than RMU, despite those trades getting aggressive. Summoner Spell burned on the strong side of the map for RMU already. Now we see Hymn of Valor being picked up at level 2 from Evan RL, so they have a little bit more pressure coming out from the zone, a little bit more damage.
And with this advantage already in your favor out of Maryville, you might think, oh, let's push it even more. Let's keep trading really aggressively. And you definitely don't want to let them have a free lane as the Caitlyn, but you've already made it through what should be one of the biggest concerns now, that you are okay in that bot lane.
Yeah, you can see mid lane here, Mordio tried to get a little bit of invade down onto Nunu's red buff, decides to just walk through all the different work ground that Talia has laid out here. And now Walrus saw that Mordio did not have his red buff, so he's just running down ahead of him and trying to get a jump on him here. Nunu, not the best duelist in the jungle. Mordio pops his ghost, maybe wants to give chase, but Walrus blasts it off.
Been a little while since we saw some emote spam.
Yeah, just a little while. I think it was game 1. Sasuke had a bunch of that going down.
And that's the thing about Nunu, is even though you look at him and he's like, how is he going to beat this Olaf in a duel? Well, the reality is he doesn't need to duel you. He just throws a snowball at you, harasses you a little bit. Ooh, Gillette trying to get that minion wave into the turret, loses his flash for it, didn't have enough mana, and kind of exposed himself to Vladimir just walking up.
Yeah, so Summoner Spells burned all across Rip. Ghost down for Mordio, flash down for Gillette, flash down for Bucksack, and if you look at it, teleport being used by Sasuke on the top lane. That's about it for Maryville.
Uh-oh, small mistake out of Prototype there. He's actually been struggling all tournament with traps. Whenever you see these kind of mistakes versus Caitlyn, it often has come as a result of him stepping over one of those Yordle snap traps.
Yep, so now Bucksack, despite being Summoner Spell down, minion wave bounced off his tower. Now he might be looking to be the aggressor now that Prototype does not have any health potions left available. They wind up starting with the Doran's Blade start as well. Has to dodge out there onto the Piltover Peacemaker, but now here comes Walrus, the deadly Nunu snowball gank. There's no flash there for Bucksack. This is actually a little bit scarier than normal. Just nets away.
And that's what we're talking about, where when you're Sona, the big concern is what happens when that guy comes behind you and it's Nolof or Lee Sin, someone who's going to drop a lot of damage down on you. With Nunu, you speed yourself up, you slow him down. It's not that big of a concern. You heal off that snowball that he throws and you get on with your life.
Meanwhile, top side of the map, Sasuke will continue to trade back and forth with West Coast carry. West, now that he's not having the same focus as the Gragas coming up and getting 2 kills for the Kled at level 4 or whatever it was, like in game number 1, holding his own very well against Sasuke, even forced him to teleport back into lane earlier on.
Small advantage there for West Coast carry already, on top of the fact that he will get the additional global once he hits 6. I would like to see him try and make some usage out of that global advantage they have right now. Gillette getting snowball gets his ghost force since he no longer has a flash either. Yeah, there West comes teleporting back in the lane. You want to use this aggressively. Once you have your ultimate for 6, you can use that to help your team out. Use this to get yourself ahead in lane a little bit.
You see a Bammy Cinder picked up there for West, so he's already got a little bit of pushing power on his side. Where Sasuke gone back, only picked up a control ward, and then his refillable health potion. So a little behind in the itemization game, although he still has a lot of gold left in his pocket. Mid lane, we already saw Gillette, you said, throwing both of his summoner spells, but both of these solo lanes to the side of Robert Morris University will have their globals available relatively soon, and CKG getting aggressive. Flash in with the Tides of Blood, winds up popping the Hemoplague and the Ignite. Is not going to take down Gillette.
Tries to get the all in there, but he's relatively far off, about close between 50 and 100 damage missing that he would have needed. Maybe could have tried to combo that with Walrus at some point if he could have snuck around behind the turret, but not actually able to do anything. Gillette able to survive that, and CKG losing both summoners for that attempt.
So the summoner spells have been evened up in the mid lane with the flash available for Gillette just a lot sooner.
Now, this was the plan the whole time. I changed my mind. I like it. You're going to get this Ocean Dragon pre-7 minutes of the game, one of the most useful dragons for laning phase. You do lose some pressure in your mid lane. Would have been nice to be able to save that flash, but you force the enemy out of the lane, and you grab yourself a nice objective for it.
So Ocean Drake going to be going over to the side of Maryville University. Potentially, like you said, their plan all along. Continuing to stack up that objective control in this entire best of 5 series. Maryville has been in complete control of dragons. I think maybe 2 or 3 have gone over to RMU so far in these 3 games. Maryville taking pretty much all the rest.
Maryville definitely having, like you said, the advantage in that objective game. even the ones that they don't get, when you saw RMU get that Rift Herald the 2 times, didn't put it to the best use. Definitely struggling to, when they find their own advantages, really push them as far as they can go.
So Maryville University has been taking it to RMU throughout this entirety, best of 5, the lane phase, where RMU was extremely strong in their quarterfinals matchup against Maryland, have not been able to get the same kind of snowballs rolling, have not been able to get the same kind of advantages going for themselves, save for Bucksack in game number 1, who after that aggressive trade from Prototype and Papa Chow at level 2 was able to kind of snowball his advantages on this Caitlyn pickup, so he will look to be a, a crux for the side of Robert Morris University. Gillette actually, now that the Summoner spells and the all-in potential is down from CKG, abusing the fact that Vladimir has just hit level 7, only has double amplifying tome on his side. More importantly, Mordio hasn't necessarily been able to get a lot of traction going with this Olaf pick in the early game phase either.
Yeah, having a little bit of a struggle here to make the same impact that Walrus has made when he's stuck on an early game aggressive champion. This time around, Walrus much more on the team-focused champion, not really able to do much without someone to blood boil with him. But they've done a good job so far. Only 8 minutes in the game still. Plenty of time for RMU to find that kind of big global team play that they're looking for, but still struggling to get that going. But now, big aggressive trade in the bot lane may have exposed themselves.
Yeah, Gillette's going to be coming down, utilizing that Weaver's Wall. The Crescendo follows after, and then everybody gets shoved in with the seismic shove. First blood goes over to the side of RMU. Now the Globals come in. Shen and Kled have joined the fray, but now they're going to have to run away. Mordio came around the backside with a Ragnarok as well. RMU pick up the first kill.
Little limerick out of Tom there. Nice play out of RMU, but a big mistake out of Maryville. We talk about their aggressive trading tendencies often coming to bite them in the butt. You know you have no pressure. Whoa, Papa
Seismic
Chow.
shove just takes Papa Chow down. Maybe standing a little bit too close for comfort to Gillette, but now Jinx has respawned. The Super Mega Death Rocket does not get a kill. Shen will not tank through that last tower shot and fall. Instead, the tower will be the one that goes down. First tower gold goes over to the side of RMU as well.
First time in the series that RMU has been able to grab that. Could be the catalyst that they need. A big 2,500 gold advantage. And here's what we're talking about. You saw them trading aggressively despite having no mid pressure. They should know that that's not safe to do. Gillette kind of saying, forget you. I'm going to make the play. And not a bad decision overall, making sure he gets down there in time to actually cut off this escape. Sasuke teleports in, but of course, West has the follow, and they're able to get that kill. And it could have just been a 1-for-0, and they would have to sack the turret unless Vladimir commits coming down as well. Instead, they want to defend, get a little bit greedy here, and Papa Chow got seismic shove, like you said, surprising burst damage.
Yeah, you see the Talia damage just melting him as Mordio is able to connect with just one swift strike of his axe to knock him down. So now RMU, I mean, we were saying, hey, where were those early lane phase advantages that you had in the quarterfinals? Now it's 2,000 gold lead 10 minutes into the game. They got in the first tower down. They unlocked their Caitlyn to move out onto the top side of the map. There are those advantages. They found them.
They've got those advantages, but they need to keep finding them. We talked about the late game potential of that Jinx pick. You killed her once, but she's still pretty online with that farming. And right now, it looks like they're going to be trading that bot turret for a Rift Herald. A good trade overall for Maryville, considering the fact that you probably can't actually fight them off that. With Caitlyn rotating up to the top side. So trying to stay relevant to the game with gold, find it wherever they can get it. RMU going to grab this Rift Herald, hopefully get a better usage out of it this time around.
CKG almost getting dove underneath his tier 1 tower here in the mid lane.
Kind of
They're going to be
exposed,
collapsing down onto Gillette. He has his flash and his ghost available, but he's going to wind up meeting up with the rest of his team, who is already over by the Rift Herald, so they are able to save him for now. Bites a snowball, decides to run away.
Maryville University now putting the Jinx up in the top lane. And RMU getting that big push going down in the mid lane. They had been able to chunk out CKG, like you said, so this is the perfect time to do it. Your Caitlyn had been pushing you up in the top side a little bit, but now you're going to be able to group up and take the next inner turret that you want, the mid lane inner turret. Continue to open this map up, find more angles for Talia, hopefully make some global plays.
So the Rift Herald has unlocked the map from the mid lane. 2 towers now to 1 in favor of Robert Morris University. And while Jinx had been rotated up to that top side, she's feeling a little unsafe, and everybody from RMU missing on the map now that Rift Herald's opened up the mid lane. Has to go back, decides to recall, cannot push down for that top lane tower. Said Maryville trying to get a little bit of pressure back into this mid lane area of the map, but RMU is already in position to defend.
Bucksack going to hang on to this mid wave here, make sure this one's safe. Good vision by RMU too. After they take that mid inner turret, they drop a whole bunch down into the behind the turret, and they also get some in the jungle. So going to have some teleport opportunities here if they have someone from Maryville push up in the mid lane. Vlad a little exposed right now, but not quite the target you want with that pool able to dodge out on a Shen Tomp potentially.
There is a summoner spellist, Saskio, who's split pushing away on the bottom lane, which may be the target. And speaking of Saskio, he hasn't gotten the same advantages from Maryville that he has gotten in the early game of the previous couple of matches, or even just previous series. So he has not been the late game or the split pushing big threat that RMU has to just kind of deal with. It's just kind of been a little bit more of a thorn in their side at this point, and they're able to just handle him at this point, and Maryville are not getting the same advantages because of it.
Uh-oh, he's got a Ghost Pop, trying to catch down to Papa Chow. Able to flash out to the other side of that wall, but he's not done with the chase down yet.
No, it doesn't want to getting tied with one undertow axe. Yet another one is there as well. Blast Cone knocks the Olaf back. The ace in the hole will not wind up taking down Papa Chow quite yet.
Nice footwork.
They are still on the chase though, and Gillette getting all the skill shots dodged out, but will eventually find the kill.
Did his damn just to get out of there, but Papa Chow is still going to get dropped down. A lot of resources blown by RMU to make that one work, but if they can rotate up to this top side, they might be able to make it worth it. Prototype caught a little bit under the turret. His team's down trying to do the dragon. This could be a dive.
Yep, Olaf ready and available. The Shen Senior is there, and Olaf just content to just wail away under the tower. Evan RL is actually tanking up the tower, and that's another kill picked up for RMU, 4-0.
4-0, also going to be able to grab this top turret off the back of that kill. They lose the Cloud Drake, but you're more than happy to make that kind of trade. Continue to snowball, get this gold advantage higher and higher.
No, you mentioned during the draft phase that, oh, actually, the charge is being channeled here. Gillette having to flash over the wall to run away from that one, and a goofy-looking Nunu running very, very quickly after the
fast
delay.
Yeti.
They are going to try to respond by getting the mid lane tier 1 tower in here from the side of Maryville still. We'll be able to knock that one down, but still about a 3,000 gold deficit. And RMU's early game is just snowballing at this point.
Right, here you see Papa Chow caught a little bit out of position in that river. We talk about the benefits of having these kind of globals available to you, especially once the turret starts dropping. You might think, oh, he's getting close to mid lane, he might get close to the turret. There's no turret there, Papa Chow is doomed. So a lot of problems there for Maryville, because after that they go up to the top side. And
Yep.
what you were hitting on just a little bit a moment before that play was the Saskio not snowballing. Well, what we mentioned before was is often off the back of Walrus's playmaking, and we have him on this Nunu pick, not really able to do much other than run around the map and try and trade these objectives. That's not really the style they've been playing and what they were so successful at in the first 2 games versus RMU.
That's very true. Maryville kind of has one part of their equation that they had from the 2 winning matches, which is objective control. Down pat, Nunu's really good at that, but they don't have the gank presence. They don't have these snowballing lane advantages. They don't have the super far ahead split pushing top laner at this point. Even at a CS deficit of almost 20 CS, if not a little bit more here, Saskia is just not on the same level that he was in those previous matches. And Walrus, as you mentioned, big playmaker for the team. The Gragas specifically has the potential to just disrupt or start fights, has been unable to really gank assist during the lane phase. So now a lot of it has really fallen to the fact that CKG needs to scale up, Prototype needs to scale up, they need to stay alive. Sona's gonna flash crescendo and Prototype being harped on. This is RMU's game plan from the get-go. You mentioned, Mark, just make sure the Jinx does not scale. A double kill picked up for Caitlyn off the back of a Piltover Peacemaker. CKG going in a trade against Gillette. He will get the heal off of the Hema Plague. Gillette going to be ticking down with the Ignite. One more will seal the deal. CKG gets the kill, but he is collapsed on by West Coast Carry. Another kill picked up for RMU.
Nice cleanup kill there to punish the Vladimir getting the solo kill on Gillette. Ends up being a 3-for-1. RMU also going to be able to push off the back of that, going to grab their 4th turret of the game, their first inner turret. And like you said, just punishing this Jinx pick. A nice flash engage by Evan RL, barely hitting the far edge of Jinx, setting him up to get finished off. And then Papa Chow wasn't quite anticipating that last Piltover Peacemaker coming in over the top.
And this is the RMU that we saw in the quarterfinals against Maryland, which they did dominate in the early game all throughout and were able to make aggressive dive plays just like this.
And it's the kind of situation where you're not sure where the Jinx is safe anymore. You don't want to put her in a side lane. She gets cut off by the Tilia. You put her mid lane. She can't really hold against the push that comes in from the Caitlyn. CKG doing his best to find some kind of cleanup here. Nice damage to know he can back away, let the Ignite finish it, but Shen's already on the flank because everyone's dead in the mid lane.
We saw Walrus trying to pop a zoning ultimate with that absolute 0. Just trying to create some space, but unfortunately Vladimir still winds up going down at the back of that play. So 7 kills now to 1 in favor of Robert Morris University. Maryville, the Jinx hasn't been able to really scale up to the point where she wants to be. She's down in CS. She's 3 deaths with 0 kills and 0 assists out of any of these fights. Heck, her team only has 1 kill to their name right now. So Maryville University, now the big question comes for them is, we've seen them play even, we've seen them play from ahead, we've seen them play from maybe a couple hundred goal behind, but what do they do in this composition without Walrus to make the plays, without a Fed Saskia, and without the gold lead?
I mean, honestly, it's very difficult because you have limited playmaking. Vladimir, if he can't proto belt onto a backline, like we said, to make his own kind of assassination attempts, pretty useless. Nunu much the same way. Sure, if the enemy team is diving onto you, you can hopefully zone them out and buy time for your AD carry to melt them down, but your AD carry is very far behind. Karma much the same way, only an enabler. In terms of actual playmaking, pretty limited here, and they're going to have to hope RMU starts making some mistakes, because otherwise, they're just going to be pushing under their turrets to get siege down.
RMU have definitely tightened up a few loose screws in their gameplay so far. Cleaned up a couple of things. West Coast carry on the bottom side of the map. Sunfire Cape completed, is ready to start split pushing and being the one to succeed against Saskia and this Clyde pickup, who has still yet be able to pop his Cull purchase that he had picked up earlier on in the game. Top side of the map seemed to be where RMU was bouncing between that and the mid lane. The tier 2 tower is still available on top side, where it has already been taken down in the mid lane for them. And it looks like that they themselves, with their Caitlyn Infinity Edge picked up, going to be building towards that Renowned Hurricane. As soon as she completes that one, she's going to be extremely strong, but there will be a small window where she will kind of stagnate a little bit, and that's where Maryville needs to try to capitalize on anything.
Anything, if it presents itself, still kind of clutches on that. Another problem with that Nunu pick, just bouncing back to the early game for a second here, is even if the Nunu can't go make a lot of gank plays, oftentimes if you have priority in your lanes, you can go for aggressive invades and start stealing away camps and harass the other jungler and limit his options as well. The problem is you don't have mid control, with the Talia being one of the best pushers in the game, one of the reasons she was relatively highly prioritized during MSI. And then you have your top laner who, like we said, doesn't really destroy the top lane, more about setting up those ganks, which you're not good at. And then your bot lane should have been losing. Well played by Prototype to eventually get the advantage away, but then with that aggressive play and the other team having that map making or playmaking potential across the map, they eventually get punished. And after that, it's all on the back foot.
And Maryville looking kind of a little bit lost at this point in time. They really just need to sit back and farm up and wind up getting a couple of key item spikes. Only now has Infinity Edge been completed by Jinx on this more recent back. Still has yet to finish the Zeal item of her own, so her team fighting prowess and her damage just isn't quite there yet. Black Cleaver is the only item completed for the Kled. Even the mid lane, the Proto Belt for Vladimir hasn't finished. He hasn't gotten anything to back that up quite yet. So even though Maryville University, they didn't have the playmaking early game, they were still holding on to the objective control. Now that they've fallen this far behind, RMU are just picking up objectives incidentally.
RMU starting to get these dragons for themselves now. Grab the Ocean Dragon. Baron will be spawning in the next couple seconds here. And then they'll start being able to vision control around it. And they have good tools for making plays around Baron. Obviously, you can potentially rush it down. Talia's damage isn't bad. Caitlyn, pretty good as well. Olaf, good. And then even if the enemy team tries to contest, you can go for a teleport engage with the Shen, or you can use the Talia wall to stop them from being able to get over the wall. Obviously, Nunu, not very mobile. Can't make him flash 2 walls.
Nope. I think a Blast Cone maybe one. That's about it. That's only if you're on the backside of the pit to begin with, and Talia really good at the zone control and setting up for objectives. So Maryville University, they may be ahead 2-0 in this best of 5 series, but are definitely struggling against an uphill battle in this one. Down about 5,000 gold now to RMU. And now the question for RMU, however, is we're saying to turn things around. Their early game's looking a lot better. They've taken their dragon. They've gotten these lanes pushing. They have ways to take objectives. The big question mark for us, though, was have they shown improvement from their series against Maryland? When they had these leads, the mid to late game was still a point they struggled with.
And to be fair, like we said in the opening a little bit, that when you are playing against someone who you feel pretty confident against and they're not playing, the other team's not playing super well, sometimes you can get dragged down to their level, things get a little bit scrappier, you're rushing to end the game, and you make some mistakes that traditionally you don't make. RMU are playing this mid-game out much cleaner. They have been executing mostly on team plays. It's not been random scrappy fights. They've been doing a good job of trying to get vision control here on the top side now that Baron has gone down, focusing on this kind of 1-3-1 with Talia, who can potentially join in on the side, or the mid.
Well, Sasko actually using the charge in the bottom lane to try to go into West. And already dropping extremely low dismounts from Scarl there. He's going to get the remount, though. The flash away is very quick there from both of them, but the bear trap on the rope after. West will not be able to get over to the blast cone or wait for his taunt to come up. Saskia, one more bear trap on the rope. Pops him dead.
Gets the solo kill. You see the Jinx rocket come whizzing past on the left side of the screen there. And with that kill, it feels like RMU is under pressure now. They're trying to force down onto this Baron. There is a ward in there. Maryville is aware of Prototype. Nice flash.
Ooh, flashes away from absolutely everything, including the Sona flash crescendo. So now the
Gillette's in the middle of nowhere.
Gillette's in the middle of the team. He chases down Papa Chow, but there's a kill going over to the Nunu. A reset for Prototype, and Sasuke was teleported into the fray. So the rest of RMU have to back away, and Maryville holds strong on top side.
Just as we started singing their praises about the fact that they've been playing cleaner, West Coast Carry takes an all-in in the bot lane, not really playing to his role. I know the Kled is not as strong as you see. Ordio in a weird spot now.
Yeah, has to pop the Ragnarok just to roll out of there. And now Maryville looks like they might be focusing down on this tier 2 mid tower, but Caitlyn is still there for some wave clear, so they can't get too much damage on.
Right, so West Coast Carry wants to get the 1v1 versus Saskio, thinking that this Kled is not as strong as he's been in previous games. Gets baited into losing that, and that forces the rest of RMU to want to make the play. Prototype with a great flash, able to escape there. Papa Chow, a little bit of a bait here. Gillette still desperate for something, goes in and eventually finds him, but gives his life up as a result. Channeling more gold into that Jinx. Saskio not able to actually get involved, the ultimate not available to help his team in that chase down situation where usually Kleds are so strong. But it's great for Saskio because he's slowly becoming more and more of a menace now for West Coast Carry.
Yeah, and we see Tiamat's picked up for both of these solo laners now, pushing away on the bottom side of the map. One thing that they do have now from the side of RMU, even though they lost out on that fight, is a teleport advantage. Shen wound up dying. He has his Stun United. He has his teleport available. Saskio does not if they want to continue to try to force something around the Baron Pit. But now they've fed some gold over to the Jinx. She's gotten an assist. She's finished that Runon's Hurricane. She's starting to get herself into the groove where now, if there's a team fight that breaks out, Prototype's damage is going to be a bit higher than it was before. Still a little ways away from Caitlyn.
Right, and you're going to see here an attempt to cut them off by Gillette.
Oh, crescendo across 4 people, and that was a masterpiece there. Immediately, Prototype gets deleted, and now CKG, he's going to wind up falling down. RMU, hook, line, and sinker.
Evan RL goes down, but his sacrifice will not be forgotten. Huge 4-man ult, setting up the rest of the team there. Walrus still in the area, still a Nunu. Scary to try a Baron around him, but caught out of position now, gonna get finished off as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have a flash available or anything, so he will just wind up going down. Saskio has to just try split push away on the bottom lane. Baron's gonna go over to RMU after a huge team fight win.
This is about to be what I was gonna touch on. They have to be very careful with their positioning around that top river here. There are still a lot of engage tools available for RMU, and there you see, as soon as Maryville does more than just push up the mid wave, when they actually try and start getting vision control back here, they get their escape path cut off by Gillette. And Evan RL, huge ult. Huge touchdown.
The entire audience just oohed and awed at that one. That was a perfect setup of a Sona crescendo.
And that's one of those situations where you don't really need to try and get that much vision control there. They push the mid wave up. You are, like you said, down that global. Let Saskio try and get a little bit of pressure. Let him be the one who's a little bit more of a focal point. And RMU, good capitalization though, as soon as they see a small positioning mistake out of Maryville.
And now Maryville University going to be hard pressed defending. It's a Baron buffed up Robert Morris University. RMU showcased that they had 2 Barons, I believe, in the last game, and they still wound up losing. So they definitely have a lot to prove still. They have a solid gold advantage. They've been able to recover from one little misstep around that Baron pit fight area. They've capitalized on getting a Baron, and now they need to take down these outer towers. They need to crack the base of Maryville University, utilizing this buff, because they need to continue this tempo play. They need to keep on going with this advantage. They can't slow down against Maryville.
Well, Saskio's not in the right position right now. They're going to try and get a little aggressive around this turret, getting it down to about a third already and creating a lot of damage back. Nice wall to cut off Walrus.
Yeah, so Walrus is cut off, as does Papa Chow. CKG's kind of stuck in it against the backside. He gets flipped in by the weave, by the seismic shove, has to go golden and flash away. Saskio winds up charging in there, but they don't have a mid laner. Now their jungler gets chunked out as well.
Despite how bad that looked for Maryville, they were not able to, they didn't lose anyone, so the turret will drop, but will they be able to get the inhibitor?
Well, the inhibitor's already done about half HP. A flash crescendo, not nearly as beautiful as the last one, and Maryville are charging out of the gates. The Hemoplague is down. Gillette looks like he's going to pop, but he will barely stay alive. Jinx actually gets taken down by West. That means Caitlyn can just do cleanup duty as they fight front to back. The inhibitor winds up falling, and RMU, they take the fight.
It looked like it was going to be great for Maryville for a second there. CKG goes flying in, almost able to finish off Gillette. Puts down a lot of pressure, but on the backside, Prototype was actually finished off by Shen. And now they don't want to leave the base quite yet. They're trying to end the game.
Yeah, West is tanking up the tower right there. He's going to go a little bit forward, but now Saskio jumps in with the bear trap on the rope and the joust. RMU decides to wisely back away. They still have a minute of Baron buff, and Talia's grouping up in the mid lane.
Good decision by RMU here. There's no need to end the game right now. That'd be extremely risky. Take a moment, reset. You just got a bunch of gold. Go back, spend that, and then get back onto the map. Let the minion wave in the bot lane, as well as Shen, generate a lot of pressure, and then just go do that again. You can use your Talia wall to keep zoning people away from these turrets, or putting them in a position where you might be able to kill them under their own turret. RMU has been playing great this game so far.
And as you mentioned here, the Talia wall was a really good setup to kind of cut everybody off from this one. And it also was almost basically the death of Vladimir, but this is after the initial kind of engagement here, and they've been able to break down that tower. And we have to keep eyes on the flash crescendo misses, but then Shen still winds up in the back line against Prototype.
Right, Prototype's trying to chase down, wants to get a part of the kill onto Gillette, but he does not keep track of the Shen, who's able to taunt on top of him. Doesn't even exhaust him, thinking that he's that big of a threat, and gets finished off. And with Gillette able to live, of course, the rest of that fight's pretty easy for them to win once the kind of focal point of Maryville's comp is down.
It's 0, 5, and 1 now from the side of Prototype. So Walrus not on a playmaking champion. CKG on something that scales up a little bit later wasn't as dominant in the early game. And Prototype kind of being, you know, the carry you think that the composition would revolve around with this Nunu pickup has unfortunately not been set up for success in this game. He's been hard camped down by the side of Robert Morris University, and they're doing a really good job of catching him out of position or just focus firing down on him in these fights, because it's not that he's been out of position. We've seen some really good flashes and really good footwork from both members of the Maryville bottom lane. It's just the fact that RMU target selection in these fights has been way better in this game 3.
And it's kind of one of the things about why people aren't playing Jinx and some of these other AD carries is that they put themselves in bad positions, or from behind they can't do much. So you see a lot of hyperscalers like Kog'Maw and things like that have a little bit better of a laning phase, and they don't have to get shut down quite as hard as a Jinx could potentially. Or if you're playing something like an Ashe or a Varus, if this does happen to you, great, you can still throw out these ultimates to help the team out.
Well, RMU sitting around the top side of the map. They have super minions pushing away on the bottom lane, and the Shen with double globals ready to rain down pain as Talia Weaver's Wall cuts them off from defending the tower on Maryville's side once again. Top
about to clear the way.
A lot of damage, and yeah, we see also the seismic shove coming in on Walrus, taking a lot of damage. Redemption has to get popped just to try to heal him up to keep him alive. Prototype, in the meantime, has to defend against the super minions that are wailing away on this Nexus tower, so he's not even here to defend against this. The very little wave clear from Maryville without him, it's going to be hard pressed to defend against RMU, who are knocking at their door.
Nice trap line as well. So much zone control available to RMU here, and they're using it extremely well. They take down that turret. They almost kill Walrus. They force his flash out. But here comes the teleport behind by Saskio.
Yeah, Saskio's going with a charge, and they've locked down on the Buckzak in the backline. They're also trying to turn on to Evan RL, but Saskio has to flash away. Prototype gets one kill onto the Sona, and CKG now dropping low in the backline. Goes golden with the Zanya's Hourglass, the dismount coming out from Kled. RMU going to be able to back away. Wallace is speeding forward, and Prototype, after one kill, the rest of Maryville and him have to back away.
There's still super creeps pushing down onto this Nexus turret. CKG heads back in time to clear the wave. A good engage by Saskio, finding an angle onto the members of RMU. CKG is able to get in there, drop his ult damage, and barely survive through the Zanyas. And with that one ultimate, Prototype's able to pick up a kill onto Evan RL. Almost got a reset onto Buckzak soon after that. Didn't quite have the damage to actually finish him off, but you get to see the power of the comp that Maryville has put together for themselves if it wasn't so far behind.
I say it's still at a 9,000 gold disadvantage at this point. 13 kills to 5, and RMU basically have one inhibitor down, an inhibitor top lane down, and have all this pressure on the map. So Maryville, while it was a very good fight for them, they only get one kill. And if that's the way that these fights are going to go, they're going to need multiple ones from that in order to come back in this game.
The important thing, though, is that even though they lost the turret, they were able to keep the inhibitor up, buy themselves a little bit more time. It would be great if you instantly ace them and get a Baron and come flying back in the game, but it's often not the case. You have to make a number of good plays like that in order to hang on to a game that's this far gone.
RMU are just looking to rinse and repeat. They know they have an exposed inhibitor on that top side. You know, the bottom will be respawning soon for the side of Maryville. They can just rotate down to that if the siege on the top one does not work out for them. Weaver's Wall cutting off them against the inhibitor is going to be pretty good. Walrus actually getting knocked into the wall here with the Weaver's Wall, although seismic shove. Now we see the inhibitor taking a lot of damage. Walrus taking a lot of damage as well. Walks back into the redemption, but gets extremely low. Flash crescendo onto the 3, and that's going to be cleanup coming in. Actually, Prototype gets the first kill, but he winds up falling down shortly after. Saskio will pop Caitlyn on the back line.
He's going crazy.
This fight could be pretty close. CKG gets another one, and suddenly Maryville, they lose the inhibitor, but they're going to win the fight. A double kill now for CKG. West is the only member of RMU alive, and Saskia tries to give chase, but his mount's gone. He's got stubby little yordle legs.
Unfortunately, not able to chase through there by Saskia, but we're talking about how hard it is to ace someone from that position, especially when they start that fight with such low health bars. Walrus has been getting hit by a couple of these in Prototype at half health. It looks like this is going to be a disaster, especially once Evan RL hits a nice 3-man crescendo, but Bugzak is not in a great position, completely exposed, gets hopped on by Saskia and CKG, and so even though you traded 2 kills already, your main AD carry has gone down, and Gillette has a hard time dealing with this tanky front line. Even though he's able to keep dropping his Q damage down, he gets focused out as well. And there you get to see some of the power of Maryville's comp. Once again, they can go for the backline right away. They don't always need to fight front to back. And the Vladimir is starting to get pretty strong now. 3 items completed. Same with Saskia. If you're ever going to leave Bugzak unattended alone in the backline, he will drop very quickly.
And that was one of the things you mentioned with RMU's composition earlier on, is that eventually Maryville will start scaling up. Caitlyn has that plateau, and now Caitlyn, who's gone for the double Zeal item, has the Infinity Edge, doesn't really have anything to start punching through some of the armor that's being built on the side of Maryville. Nunu starting to pick up a couple items for himself. One of the big reasons why she wasn't able to rip through Saskia one time was the fact that he has that pair of Ninja Tabi as well. The Zanya's Hourglass on Vladimir doesn't have the healing reduction coming out from, you know, an Executioner's Calling, so Vladimir can help sustain himself up. It looks like RMU, though, before Maryville has any more time
already
to
over the
scale,
ball, though.
has no Jinx in the area. This is going to have to be a steal situation. Flashes on over, can steals the Baron. Maryville, they're going to lose their Walrus, but they got a Baron.
What else can they get? They no longer have the frontliner of Nunu to protect them. It's 5v4, but they did lose that Baron buff. A lot of the base is already open, so it's not critical that they have that Baron. It's about what you can get now in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, and with that 30-second death timer onto Walrus, Saskia realizing he has to wind up going back and recalling. He did do a good job of cutting the minion wave, though, so that mid lane tower still has the backdoor protection on it, so they can't exactly run through and brute force that one down, but there's still an exposed inhibitor on the bot lane. Jinx's Prototype is on the top side of the map, which means that there's nobody down here to really defend and wave clear against it, so Robert Morris lose the Baron, but they're able to get this inhibitor bot lane.
Maryville making the call that even if Prototype came down without the Nunu, they don't feel like they'd be able to protect that turret, so they leave her on the top side to start shoving that super creep wave out as far as they can get it. There's only a Cloud Dragon available, not more than 35 minutes in the game yet already, so Maryville is in a fine spot to kind of leave that up for right now.
Looks like RMU are going to get that kind of as an exit thing. Kled, though, channeling the charge, realizes that Caitlyn was just kind of recalling in his own vision. He's not going to be able to catch him out, but that's down an ultimate. That's still buying time because he stopped the backs from the side of RMU. So they get this mid lane tower. West is taking chunks of damage because of that Lord Dominic's Regard being completed by Prototype. Prototype trying to focus down onto the tower. West kind of cut off between those chompers, has to use his dash to get out. The Redemption winds up coming in from the side of RMU as well, and Maryville decide that 2 towers is fine, they back up. Or 1 tower is fine.
Well, they need to start backing up. Super Creeps are already heading into their base in the top lane. They're going to be hitting that inhibitor turret pretty quickly here. Or Nexus turret, excuse me. Luckily, they have that Baron-empowered recall to get up there in time, plus the buff to make the minions a little bit stronger. Take another look at that Baron steal here. Like we said, the wall did not actually block Walrus out. And there you see the Smite steal come in. It's just so hard to deal with that as only a level 14 Olaf against Qmax Nunu. You're not going to be able to outdamage it. The ultimate from Sona was just a little bit too late, not actually stopping him from getting that consume off, I believe. Unfortunate there for RMU. They could have played that a little bit slower. Not the end of the world. Still 2 inhibitors down, but much harder to push right now.
Yeah, Walrus showcased that he may not have the same early game playmaking abilities. Papa Chow gets chunked out right here. Mordio, though, going to get rooted up in the front line. Has to blow that Ragnarok. Super Mega Death Rocket will not wind up landing on anybody. The Ignite, or there was a healing reduction from the Merlin-Namicon that was in onto CKG's Vladimir, so he decides to back away. RMU, though, they are not going to be dissuaded by the fact that this Baron buffed up Maryville University was just pushing down in their base. They're going to try to take the fight to them. They know they got a long, grueling road ahead of them. This is game number 3, and Maryville already is up 2-0. RMU, this needs to be the start of their comeback, and it looks like they're going to be starting it off by focusing on this mid lane tower. Absolute Zero gets channeled out, though. RMU had to back away. Kled winds up charging him from the side. Mordio's already dropping low. The Crescendo's used for disengage, but Saskia is still in the back line. He wants to get his Kled mount dismounted as Scarl runs away. Prototype now on the front line, though, gets locked up, has to flash away. Gets the shield coming out from Karma.
RMU's done enough, though, to push them back. They're going to need to heal up. That buys them enough time to take the mid inhibitor turret. They're going to take the inhibitor as well. This is potentially lethal situation for Maryville here. The fact that they're going to have to deal with the top inhibitor has respawned.
Yeah, Vladimir
Fortunately
went
enough
up
for
to
them,
respond that.
if that was just a little bit earlier, that fight, they might have had to deal with 3 super creep waves coming in at once, which is one of the hardest situations to come back from in the entirety of League of Legends. Forget gold leads. That's the most disadvantage you can become in terms of map situation.
No, these fights are still kind of balanced on a nice edge here, as Maryville University showed that they can still hang in there when they have both their carries in their position to fight, but one of them is taken away to defend against these super minions, to defend against these downed inhibitor lanes. That's where RMU feels confident diving through on towers, feels confident taking the fight to them, and now Maryville has given up so much of their base. The only towers they have remaining to hide behind and give them a slight advantage are the ones protecting their nexus.
Maryville's still in a difficult spot. That fight was so close to going in their favor. If they were able to finish off Mordio and start getting Jinx those resets, she probably could have chased down onto a couple more kills. Not able to find that first one. And because she is such a snowball team fighter, they're unable to actually win that one. RMU doesn't win it decisively either, but because they have the pressure advantage, the health pool advantage, they're able to walk back up and take that middle inhibitor. Now you see them grouping up around the top side. They want to be able to grab this before the Elder Dragon gets closer to spawning. The Baron was taken right before that play as well, so there's no neutral objectives up for a long time. So grab as many of the opponent's inhibitors as you can. They want this last one in the top lane. Using the Talia ult once again to zone out CKG.
Weaver's Wall zones out CKG and Walrus, but they're A-okay to kind of sit in the front line. Absolute Zero is going to be fully channeled and popped down, but barely any damage gets on. CKG drops low, but in the back line, Saskia already gotten onto Gillette. The crescendo's already been used, and Prototype picks up a kill, and he's getting excited. He goes for a double kill as Vladimir picks one up for himself. The Caitlyn falls down. It's a triple kill for Jinx. She's going to be going for a quadra kill picked up, and Maryville saved the base.
They get the ace. They're able to protect themselves. What can they get after it right now? They have to deal with all the minions before they push up. Death timers are still not that long, still before 40 minutes into the game, only 30 seconds before RMU is able to survive. But critically, a huge influx of gold. We'll take a look at that team fight. Gillette, even with the Banshee's Veil, is still completely exposed to Saskia on the side. You see his ability to basically win this 1v1. Nice dodging out of abilities. The rest of the team was busy hitting Walrus. If you're trading damage for Walrus versus damage on Gillette, that's obviously going to favor the team of Maryville. And then Prototype's eventually able to start snowballing through the fight. Almost gets focused down and finished off, but the lifesteal just enough to be able to protect him. And with that, they buy themselves more time and also more gold. We talked about how big that gold lead was a couple minutes ago. Now down to about 3,000. And you have that better scaling team comp. These fights are going to get better and better for them. RMU needs to find a way to deal with the dive. You think the problem would be the Jinx in a lot of these team fights? It's really Saskia and CKG winning them.
And if you mentioned the influx of gold on their side, we saw Jinx selling her Doran's Blade for an entire Guardian Angel after that fight. So a huge influx of gold there. We see Zanya's Hourglass, Void Staff, Protobell, and Death Cap now picked up for CKG. And even Kled, Saskia here, going in Frozen Mallet, Guardian Angel for himself, completed his Ravenous Hydra once again this game. Huge damage threats on their side. And now a Gargoyle Stone Plate picked up for this Nuno. He is going to be difficult to take down. Robert Morris University, they need to be careful at the way they approach these fights, and it looks like they're trying to set a trap.
It's still scary for Maryville because they had their inhibitors down for so long. They have zero map control, and at any moment things can go horribly wrong. Prototype caught out.
Oh, they wind up using the Weaver's Wall, but he catches it on the opposite side. Prototype gets out of that with the Mercurial Scimitar, and he picks up a kill on the Talia. Now he's getting excited, and he's wailing on the front line. Double kill picked up for the Jinx. CKG's in the back line at the same time. Prototype is focusing on the front line. He's going to get a kill onto West. He gets excited for the triple kill. Now Bucksack is trying to do it. Saskia on the backside. He will take him down, but the GA is there. Zap gets a quadra kill. Papa Chow zoning away the Sona, and the rest of Maryville can push at free will because this is going to result in a 5-for-1 ace for Maryville.
Evan RL getting chased down the rest of the way by Papa Chow.
Or not.
Hard to win this, but it's important to note that the base is under attack. Evan RL running away. I want to see this. They have,
there's the 5-for-1 ace.
They get the ace. They have no minions right now, though. They're trying to just tank this turret up and force it down. 10 seconds before Gillette is up, 10 before Mordio. They're probably not going to be able to finish this, but most importantly, they've gotten into the base.
They're going
they want
for
a piece of it.
They got a couple minions left, and Saskia's tanking this one up. Walrus is still alive. There's one Nexus tower down. The other one is still being focused down. The respawn timers are coming in. Now, are they going to be able to focus on the Nexus? They're going in for Gillette. Gillette is down. Now we have only just Mordio on the Nexus. Nexus, but the Nexus falls! Maryville's going to the final!
They make the comeback and win in a 3-0. We talked about this being one of the closest series. It may have felt that way in game, but the result is definitive.
Maryville University fall behind in the early game, struggle throughout the mid-game, but hang in, scale up, and find their fights against their rivals in Robert Morris University. Before it was a 3-2 in the Northern Conference Finals, then they lost in the Midwest Campus Clash, but now a definitive statement here in the semifinals, 3-0 win.
And what a way to do it, too. We talk about Maryville being able to play from behind. They had such a hard time in the early game with this comp. They had so many map plays being made on their bot lane. And then it wasn't just that RMU was making mistakes. It was actually Maryville getting very aggressive in these side lanes, looking for opportunities to punish the backline as the enemy team got too aggressive, always using that Taliyah wall to disengage and set up around the objective versus using it to stop the backline potentially from getting onto them. A lot of situations like that where Maryville University showing that they knew that their team could do more than just protect the Jinx.
Yeah, and RMU came into this one. They changed up their game plan for game number 3, and they definitely had advantages. They for sure had a lot of things that were going their way, but the same struggles they had throughout the campus series were still evident in this one. They had early game advantages, they struggled through the mid game, and they were unable to convert on that huge lead they had early on. They broke the base. They probably took more inhibitors than Maryville did, but they couldn't close out the game.
And it's gotta feel tough because they have been in the finals the last 2 years, coming up short. This time, even in the semifinals, Maryville now also one of the scholarship programs able to contest them now in that division.
And that is going to set the stage, like you said, for an interesting final between a scholarship program and a club team. We have Maryville University going up against University of Toronto.
A Canadian team again.
A Canadian team against a Northern Conference team. Not a Western Conference team, however.
Some differences, some similarities.
And differences mainly being there's a Canadian team and a Northern Conference team, but they are not UBC and they are not Robert Morris University. One of the things that was touched upon at the beginning of the day, Robert Morris has made every single final, did not win, could not make the finals this year for the first time.
Right, that's the big thing, and it's because the whole collegiate team really is leveling up. I mean, a lot of these guys on the side of RMU have been playing in this series for a long time, but now with Maryville actually, like we said, getting their own scholarship program, able to contest them, as well as the changes to the whole tournament bracket overall. I mean, they're lucky that they're here. They had the wildcard plan to be able to get back into this live semifinals, and unfortunately come up short against the people they lost to earlier on in the season.
Yeah, so it was definitely a difficult road for Robert Morris. They showed their stuff. They showed that they could, in game number 3, adapt in the middle of like a best of series. They showed that they were able to still come out ahead, get those advantages they were known for getting, especially in their quarterfinal series against Maryland, but they just weren't able to seal the deal. They still had the same kind of struggles. But the thing is, Robert Morris University, still a strong collegiate school, still a very, very strong program, and they showed their mettle here. They got it to the finals again, the 3rd year in a row, where they got to the championship. They did not quite make the finals this time.
Right, and I think it's not quite fair to say they had the same struggles that they had in the quarterfinals. This time around, they did not get over-aggressive in the mid-game. That wasn't the problem. It was they were actually playing relatively controlled. They were trying to get that Baron down. They got the inhibitors, and then it was actually just a lot of great plays out of Maryville, really turning it around. And it didn't feel like, oh man, RMU is making a bunch of mistakes. How are they letting this game slip away from them? It was kind of unbelievable that Maryville was even finding these openings.
Yeah, Maryville definitely had some very proactive plays that they kind of resulted in making themselves rather than capitalizing on mistakes RMU was making. And we're going to get a chance to take a look at not only that game, but this series overall as we head over to Captain Flowers and the rest of the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now, that game had a bit of a different feel to it than the first couple of them. We saw a stronger performance out of Robert Morris University. Talk to me a little bit about the team compositions, guys. What made this one different?
I feel like in game 2, we saw them go with the Twisted Fate Renekton, so I thought that was pretty good from Maryville. But then what happened was RMU decided, all right, let's do a 1-3-1 or at least a dive-style composition where everybody can show up bottom lane, and that's exactly what they did in the first few moments of the game, which I thought was really good because you want to keep early pressure on this bottom lane that has Jinx, and Prototype is somebody who loves to scale, and they also picked up Vladimir for Maryville, which means they're just looking to get to late game. If you can cut them off at the beginning and get those 5-man dives, they won't make it there.
Yeah, so initially I didn't like the draft at first just because you have a timer. If you have like Talia, Olaf, Shen, you have a timer, you have to win the game before like 35 minutes. But they were able to make the plays happen, and Talia was able to get the push on Vladimir.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I saw the Talia and I was like, I kind of think like Echo may have been a little better because he has a fallback of Lichbane killing turrets very quickly and a TP to join fights for a little bit better 1-3-1 and maybe a little bit better entrance into a team fight. But I still feel like RMU actually played their composition correctly for the large majority of the game. It was just after 35 minutes where their comp kind of backfires on them that things started to go awry.
And RMU, they had that good early game. Let's actually take a look in here. 8 minutes into the game, they send 5 bot for 2 kills and the first turret.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do. The Talia comes down, the Olaf goes all the way around, not by his own devices or intention, but comes around, and then they end up getting the 2 kills in the turret, which is incredibly important for this composition to get off the ground. And I like that they were making those early moves.
Yeah, and it's a pretty reliable play too. Talia will almost always be able to get the push on Vladimir, and the Caitlyn lane is always going to be funny for control as well. So they played perfectly for their conditions here. They made this bot play happen. As Irene said, this was necessary for their comp.
Works out.
Pretty big advantage early, too.
Very, very well for them. That advantage early, of course, then translates into advantages in the mid-game. You talked about how they played it really well up through the majority of the match, and sometimes you get to see those big highlight plays with it, too. Like here, 23 minutes into the game, a 4-man Sona ult that just perfectly hits the mark.
This was perfect. You can see him get into position here, and as soon as the Talia wall comes in, they kind of bunch up because they're moving away from the Olaf coming in from the bottom. But it just bunched up perfectly. A beautiful Sona ulti, and this really opens up the game. And this kind of gives them the lead where it's like they can close out this game with the Olaf comp in enough time before they get outscaled.
Yeah, that was 23 minutes into the game. So they get that Baron 24 reset, you can push out. But then, things really didn't go their way for the rest of it. Another Baron was able to come up. A Baron steal came through, which was huge for the game to stabilize it once again for Maryville. And really, there were some fights afterwards where you saw the team fight comp come online.
And you, think, Card, are the one who said this puts you on a timer. When you draft these champions, you got to win before 35 minutes. And it's actually 39 minutes into the game where Maryville aces their opponents defending the base in the Miracle defense.
Yeah, so you can see Jinx doing a ton of damage here, and Vlad hits a beautiful flash E on everyone, gets his ulti, and then the combo with the Jinx ulti just completely evaporates everyone. And after this fight, it was pretty clear that they got outscaled. Now, in order to win, they might have to get a catch or something, and this Jinx became completely a problem after this.
And I was looking at the scoreline for Prototype, and he was 2-6-4 with the most deaths on his team before that fight. And then he ends the game 11-6-4, picking up 2 quadra kills back-to-back, and then a kill right at the end there. So it's like one of those ones where you look at the match history, you're like, man, this guy dominated the whole time. It's like, no, actually, he was getting destroyed the whole game, and then he was able to clean up some fights and do well from there, because actually what happened was they actually had good teamwork. I like the Vladimir actually getting in there first with the Hemo Plague and the E, but really it's one of those games where you go, the composition really came online and they stalled out long enough to have that type of win condition really pay out for them.
They needed their time to get going, but once they got there, their goals in Champion Select were very clear. They were very evident. We knew why they drafted those champions, and it ultimately worked out to give them that 3-0 victory. To hear more about that series from the player's perspective, we're going to go ahead and head side stage, where Mark has an interview with the victorious jungler.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. I'm standing by with Walrus, sophomore for Maryville University, and a huge part of why you guys were able to win this series today. You started your 2 games on Gragas, ended up on Nunu. What was the series like from your perspective, and how did it change as you guys had to shift into a comeback?
Going into the series, I was very confident in my ability. When I heard him trash talk saying he wanted to make a name for himself, well, he's going to have to go through me first. So I'm in the process of doing that. And we just going into the game, we knew that their support is an 80 carry main, so they knew they weren't going to be as strong. And we were just very confident going to the series.
So knowing that you probably have an advantage in the bot lane, obviously the 3rd game, you drafted the comp around that. This time on Nunu, though, a little bit less playmaking on you, and you guys fell behind early. Were you confident that you could make the comeback, or was it kind of like, oh my God, we're doing this kind of moment?
At first, I was like, oh, shit, this is not going as well as I'd like to. And, getting to late game with Prototype is like the best thing ever because he just goes off, and I have Stoneborn Pack, which is really OP junglers. Start taking that, and, just going to the comeback, it was just amazing to have that feeling. And it was like, holy, yeah.
So this is going to be your first time in the finals. Obviously excited right now. I'm sure you're excited for tomorrow. You've been having a lot of prep done. You guys going to go home tonight and kind of watch their series yesterday and try and come up with a game plan for tomorrow?
Exactly. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go home, celebrate a little bit, go to Korean barbecue, and watch some VODs of Toronto. Yeah. and just enjoy some time with some family that they gave me a lot of support this time, and I love them to death, and thank you guys.
That's actually one of the things I want to point out for a second is actually you guys probably have the biggest crowd here. I mean, Maryville is the most represented, lots of friends, lots of families. Does that help you guys knowing that you have all the support like in person, not just at home?
Most definitely. When I hear their voice, I can kind of hear it through the white noise, so it's kind of crazy hearing my family saying, "Let's go, Tony!" So, and especially having the addition of my fiance here this year, it's amazing.
Oh, wow. That's very great to hear. Congratulations. Also, congratulations on the victory. You got a little bit more work to do. You got a series to prep for tomorrow. So we're going to hand it back down to the guys at the desk to finish wrapping up the day.
Thank you very much, Mark. Holy yeah, you heard it from the mouth of the man himself. He's excited, his team is excited, and they should be. They 3-0 their semifinal match. We saw a lot of great performances today, but we'd like to recognize one player who stood above the rest to earn Player of the Series. And today, that is the man you just saw, Walrus, another jungler awarded Player of the Series. What did you guys think of him specifically in this best of 5?
He was very impressive. He pressured the right side of the map the first 2 games, and then game 3, he got the Baron steal, which was incredibly important. They probably would have lost the game if the other team got Baron. They would have been able to push and finish it. So he was able to get the Baron steal, pressure the right side of the map both games. He completely deserved this MVP.
Yeah, when we give Player of the Series, it's for the person who had the most effect on them winning the games, and I definitely think that he had the most effect in all 3 games on them actually coming out with the victory, because he set up the right people in the first 2 games, like you said, and then he had the Baron steal, which didn't lose them the game, and then they were able to win from there. So I think absolute necessity that Walrus was playing the way he did today, and I definitely think he deserves it.
On the note of awarding it to the player who affects the outcome of the game the most, we also want to give an honorable mention to Saskio, who did a great job for his team as well throughout this series.
Game 1, it was like Saskio's level 18, everybody else level 13, 14, and it's like nobody can really answer this split push Kled. He was having a blast, and it was really great to watch him too, because even when he was behind in that 3rd game, where it looked like he was getting bullied by Shen, he still knew how to play the map a little bit better and play the split push. So watching him in team fights and watching his Kled bear trap on the ropes were actually quite a pleasure.
Yeah, his Kled is no joke. And in the last game, he was able to get on that Caitlyn in that top fight, and he was able to completely evaporate Caitlyn. And I think that was the fight before the giant quadra kill by
the big
Jinx.
quadra, yeah.
Well, those superstar performances from the top lane jungle and everybody else on Maryville are going to wrap up our semifinal matches. So we're going to take one last look at the bracket. Yesterday, University of Toronto knocked out Carnegie Mellon University to advance to the finals. They'll be facing off against Maryville, who you just now saw defeat Robert Morris University in a 3-game sweep. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for that epic series to crown our college champion. That's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the finals.
Long history between these 2 teams. This is the final time that they're going to meet this year. If there's any time to prove which of you is the better school, this is your last chance.
Misses out on the zap. Once again stopped up by the trap. The flash in immediately from Prototype. The exhaust go down. The ebb and flow does not help out. West is going to get blown up, and they're going to pick up a follow-up kill on Mordio. All of a sudden, Robert Morris are trying to run, but they're running back towards their opponent's base. They've got the Shen hopefully going down to Mordio. The explosive cast is already out. He's taunted up on the CKG in the back line, but he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer before being taken down by Caitlyn. You keep on going. Your bear trap on the rope will pull Vladimir back in his pool form, and Saskio picks up a kill. Another one goes out to Nami, but the exhaust and the flash were burned. Bucksack nets in aggressively going after Grog as Gillette goes golden and West goes low on both sides of the fight, and they will both go down. That is going to be 3 kills. Now make it 4. Is it going to be an ace? There it is. 5 kills for Maryville. 0 deaths on their side. Jana later, but the spray and praise on the backside from Bucksack. Good shockwave results in a double kill picked up for the Twitch. And Maryville, they thought they could get the Rift Herald, but instead they get killed.
These are some of the dangers we talk about.
Oh, Saskio comes off the backside, able to slice and dice and chop himself down a tree. Prototype flashes back out, and Mordio's gonna get his Guardian Angel pop. West got his popped as well, and he will die. Evan RL gets pulled back in, and he goes down. Mordio tries to hop, skip, and jump his way out of this one, will barely survive. Prototype picks up a kill, and he's getting excited. He goes for a double kill as Vladimir picks one up for himself. The Caitlyn falls down. It's a triple kill for Jinx. She's gonna be going for a quadra kill picked up, and Maryville saved the base. The Mercurial Scimitar, he picks up a kill on the Talia. Now he's getting excited. He's wailing on the front line. Double kill picked up for the Jinx. CKG's in the back line at the same time. Prototype is focusing on the front line. He's going to get a kill onto West. He gets excited for the triple kill. Maryville's going to the final.